there's a lot of racing left. Third heat, which is always the equalizer, and then your final.
Right on. It looks like we get our rescue team grabbing one piece of debris out in front of the start dock there. We're just waiting to clear some of that up. Final checks on the course before we get underway with our first modified Le Mans start of the day. Again, that's 1 minute down to 20 seconds. You're going to see the starter on the boat. That's Pat out there doing all the starting for us, and Pat is going to raise that flag. When he drops it, you're going to hear these Formula lights come roaring to life in 2-flag start. The first 10 on the first flag, everybody else on the second flag. You know, and that's one thing we didn't really talk about. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, the 69 of Wallach and the 21 of Mandani are going to be on that second flag. I think you did mention that that's going to be just another hill for them to climb, another challenge to see if they can try to make some good ground and get some good points here in heat number 3.
Well, the good news is that even though they're on the second flag, they get to go to lane 1 and 2,
right,
going up, but they're behind everybody.
Yeah, so
there's a give and take there, but I feel like the second flag is a disadvantage.
You know, and it's one of those things. It's everybody's going to find themselves there at one point. So here we go, coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Canopy lids close. Drivers starting to lock in here as we look to set our final lineup for the main event in Formula Lights for later on today. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Can the 52 of Addison Dumford right the ship after a big-time wreck yesterday? Boat's in good shape. Will that motor fire off the dock and he come roaring to life with pole position here in heat 3? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Steve Lee, scary fast, sitting in second in qualifying heat 2 yesterday. Motor goes away. They got it fixed. Will he be the rocket off the dock? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then you got Ashton Caffarelli. Then you've got the 77 of Trozen there. Don't forget about the 82 of Colby Crook, the 93 of Briston Sherman, and all of our top drivers. Let's set that starting grid for our main event in Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. Who's going to get off the dock? Well, nice jump there by Dumford.
Dumford got a good start that time. Look
at McKee on the outside.
Briston got a good start too. But Jake McKee coming up on the outside.
Yeah, McKee just got over just after the commitment buoy. He was able to get in front of the 24 of Love, doused her down, coming out into turn number 5 on the Formula 1 course, and that'll start lap 1.
I like where they're at though, because they're bunching up on the inside from the beginning of the starting order, and the fast guys are trying to sweep it on the outside.
Look, and here comes the 77 of Daniel Trozen, wide to the outside, into a side-by-side with the 52 of Addison Dumford. Oh, look out, Trozen's getting it way out on his tails. He comes down the front straightaway. Tim, he is pushing that thing to the limit.
He is. Hey, look where Briston is. He's all the way up the 4th spot. Pass him for 3rd right now. Got into 3rd place.
Yeah,
and
Steve Lee
got way in the back.
Steve Lee hooked it hard down there, bogged it way down in turn number 1. And Briston Sherman now up into 3rd. Now he's going to have to fight the likes of McKee and the 24 of Love as they are now crept up to 4th and 5th respectively. And the 77 of Trozen's our leader now as he's able to get by the 52 of Dumford. He is looking really fast. You can definitely see a difference from yesterday already to today. That rust has been knocked off and he is ready to rock and roll here in Formula Lights.
Look who caught up to each other. The 01 and the 24. That's your 1st and 2nd in the championship race. Now they're right by each other. So Shelby's got to try and get ahead of Jake.
Yeah, I think Shelby's going to need one of those moments where she uses the 93 of Briston Sherman as a pick to try to dive underneath the 01 of McKee at some point.
If they can catch him.
Yeah, that's got to be, that's right. You got to catch him first to be able to do that.
You got to catch him first.
And he's fast, but boy, the 77 of Trozen really found a different gear here in heat number 3. This is going to do a lot for him for the starting lineup if he can hang on here out in front. I think Dumford, you know, he's got his backup motor on, and maybe that just didn't have that punch that he was looking for from the setup yesterday with motor 1, but he did damage that motor during the wreck, so he was allowed to change motors. But hey, you know, you got a primary and a backup motor for a reason, right, Tim?
Yeah, but you know what? This is the 3rd heat, so he's got to use this as a test to prepare for the final.
Right, just try to hang on there, make sure smart moves around the course, don't get yourself in a bind in any of these corners. But look at McKee just out the outside, and he's just like, hey, I'll ride right off of Sherman's hip, because he knows as long as he keeps Love behind him, he's setting himself in a good position for the final later today.
There's a big old group of fast boats right there. Look where Jack is. I mean, he's pulling up on Shelby a little bit. And
then he's got Wallach all over him, and then here comes Mandana.
Yeah, so, and Crook after that. So, I mean, there is a group, they're all fast.
Yes, Sherman now tries to stay to the inside. No, he's got to cross the wake of the 52 of Dumfries. He's trying to still fight for third. Now look at Love dive down to the inside, trying to make a move against the 0-1 of Jake McKee. She just realized McKee was going to keep her so wide that wide line just wasn't going to allow her to close the gap. She made a tough decision. Ooh, nice turn there for the 24 of Love. That was perfect. Mendana makes a carbon copy of that move as well, as they're all fighting. But boy, look at Wallet coming wide to the outside. He's fast as well, Tim.
He didn't have a choice. He's stuck on the outside right now. Jack Schubert in the 12. And this is going to give Madonna an opportunity. If Jack doesn't go on the pins, it's going to open the door for Madonna.
Oh, yeah, look, there he goes.
There he goes.
Oh, and he gets deck to deck with the 12 of Schubert. But that was a nice move there. You could see Mendana knew what was coming before they got into that turn there. As now the 0-1 of McKee is up on the inside of the 93 of Briston Sherman as they're doing battle going down into turn number 2 as the 52 of Dunford get by the 11 of Clover, Eagle of RJ West.
A lot of good racing out there right now.
Man, what a move by McKee right off of turn 2. Trozen's just in another stratosphere right now, but the 0-1 of McKee able to get by the 93 of Briston Sherman, and now he sets his sights on the 52 of Dunford.
That's right. But I don't know if he's going to, he's got to go to the outside to get past Dunford.
And there he does. He does make that move to the outside lane, try to set him up for that shoot between turns 2 and 3. And now you got the 93 of Sherman doing battle with the 24 of Shelby Love. And here comes the 21 of Madonna up the outside.
That's right. And Shelby, uncharacteristically, is trying to go up the inside.
But she seems to be holding her own there, and she's being able
look
to set
at Madonna.
The corner.
Oh, he's having to switch lanes.
Now here comes Love down to the inside. Is she going to make a move on
Jake McKee goes wide. Shelby goes up the inside. Oh, wow.
Mendana and McKee are side by side now for 4th as the 24 of Shelby Love made a 3-position swing and is all over the 52 of Dunford. Where is the Shelby Love from yesterday? This girl can set that boat on a dime in the corner today, Tim.
They definitely, she said she lowered the motor a little bit, and it definitely helped. But
look who's coming out the outside there. We got the 21
Jose's in the best position right now because Dunford's going to go on the inside again.
And now let's say the 24 Love's going to have to try to shove it in there. She hangs it tight.
Oh,
Dunford goes wide, and we got 3 boats. Wow.
Here they are, side by side.
She absolutely threaded the needle there, Tim.
Madonna's going into second. Oh, he starts to set it. Shelby pulled back in there. She retains second place right now. Dan Trozen in the 77, doing his thing way out front. He has got a good run going, and he's going to have a lot of confidence going into the final.
Yeah, we should stay with that battle between the 24 Love and 21 Madani. We're under a minute, Tim, plus 1 lap left here in these Formula Lights third and final.
Oh, Jack Schubert half spun.
But he able to hang on to the inside. Sherman really starting to fall back. The Wallet, 69 on Wallet, able to make his way up to 4th position. As boy, Madonna, Love, and Wallet were all able to get by Dunford. That's got to frustrate the young driver out of Tennessee. But again, he's just trying to get things back to normal after that wreck yesterday.
Man, I'll tell you, what's going on with the 01? Almost seems like his trim's not working right.
Boy, the 91 of Klein and the 6 of Saddle are doing battle as they're fighting for position, trying to hang into that top 10 there. Going down the back streets is the 77 of Dan Trozen, our leader, who's been way out in front since the beginning of qualifying heat number 3 after a fantastic start off the dock. Boy, they are 3 wide.
Little groundswell there. Do you see all of them pop up at the same time?
Yeah, that could have been disastrous, but they were all able to hang on with a 24 of Love. Coming out of turn number 2, she's still staying with that 21 of Mendana, trying to hang with her. Here's the white flag out for the 77 of Daniel Trozen. We got 1 lap left. This battle between the 24 of Love and the 21 of Mendana may culminate here in a final lap pass. We're going to have to hang on and stay with them. See what happens as the 24 of Shelby Love now goes down to the inside. And how dangerous does that make the 24 of Shelby Love if she's been able to figure out how to run pin to pin tight in the corner for the final? That is going to be a scary proposition.
That, all of a sudden, that opens up her arsenal.
100%.
So now she can go wherever she wants on that course rather than where she has to go.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Klein half spins it.
He spins it out, but coming wide out of turn number 3, ladies and gentlemen, winning qualifying heat number 3 in his first
Oh,
race of the year.
Shelby almost went inside the course.
Oh, no, looks like no.
Jose's who's going to get it? I think Jose Madonna got her at the line.
Boy, she made one little bobble on the final corner. We'll have to wait and see what happened there.
She took a hop and almost went inside turn 3 and had to yank it back. All the corner speed gone, Jose was on the outside and rolled around. I think he got it.
We'll have to wait and see from chief scorer Lindsey Matthews and the team who came across the start-finish line.
Okay.
All right, so you can see there that replay is, boy, it was so close down to the wire, and it looks like we're getting word here that this 20. Oh, looks like, yes, by a hair, you called it, Tim. The 21 of Mendaña slingshots to the outside and ends up in second place. That's a big move for the 21 of Mendaña. He needed to do that because he kept the 01 of McKee.
That's right. That's huge for the championship points.
Huge. Because he got basically as much gap as one would expect between the driver who came in with the points lead. So you know McKee's going to be fast every race. And he got multiple positions ahead of him here. Those are so valuable from a points perspective.
Every point.
Because he's got to get it down. Remember, triple points in the final. So if he can get it to a place where, hey, if I can win this thing, and McKee gets stuck back in 5th or 6th because something happens, hey, we got a shot to win this dang thing. And that's what the Mike Scott Plumbing team came all the way to Florida to do, was to pull a rabbit out of the hat, surprise everybody, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that's a possibility come the final.
And with all the fast boats, all of a sudden you got the number 12 going. Jack's running as fast as anybody. Briston is running as fast as anybody in the 93. That's going to shuffle this whole thing up.
It is. We take a look at a recap from qualifying heat number 3. Dumford started out in front, solid run, but boy, just the 77 of Daniel Trozen nailed the setup here in Q3. He goes wide to the outside and just drag race Dumford. Once he got out in front, it was game over for the 77 of Trozen. But then the battle started behind him between Love, Mendaña, Wallach, McKee. There were battles everywhere, Tim.
Schubert. Gosh, what a good race. I mean, I don't know how many position changes there were in that race, but it was a ton of them.
Definitely probably 20 different position changes easily in that heat race. There you see that move. Remember that was that move down to the inside.
Yeah.
Love went down to the inside, and they just basically split Dumford. And boy, that battle between two. There's the spin out by the 24 Love.
Well,
right at the final turn.
I think she just started to go to the wrong pin or something, because it looked like it jumped a little bit. It might have set early.
Yeah, and let's take a look at those final results again. Dan Trozen with a 6+ second win there in heat number 3.
Huge.
That is huge for his confidence. He knows even if he's starting mid-pack, get a good start, he can be rolling. Mendaña there in 2nd, Shelby Love in 3rd, Wallach in 4th, Schubert in 5th, McKee all the way down in 6th. That is a solid little point jump, especially for the 21 of Mendaña, because in that championship group, he was the furthest out, and now he's closed that gap. Might even have leapfrogged the 24 of Shelby Love coming into the final. Rounding out the field there, the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli finishing in 11th. 12th, James Klein. The 26 of Steve Lee. Looks like he ran into some motor troubles again here in heat number 3.
He started good.
And then it just kind of went
right
away
in there. And when he had to bury it in turn 1, second lap?
Yeah, and it just
then
after that.
all of a sudden, it was never the same.
No, it wasn't. And then the Clover Eagle, the experimental boat on the 11 of RJ West, rounding out the field here in Heat 3. What an unbelievable Heat 3 that was. And I think this is the indicator, Tim, of what we're going to see for the rest of the afternoon. It is going to be an unbelievable day of racing, the final day on the calendar here in 2026 in the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. And, boy, I am excited to see what's going to go down with all of our classes. Formula Lights grid is set. The Talent Cup is set as well with the 24.
that had you tongue-tied.
You know, I recognize that in other parts of the world, a similar class has a different name than we use, and it's just been around long enough where I struggle to get it out sometimes, but it's the Talent Cup. Addie Love, she's going to start on the inside of row 1, but how about this? Her and Mr. Brown, only 9 points apart. That means it's a winner-take-all final here.
Winner-take-all final.
At the Alton Powerboat Nationals in the Talent Cup.
I like that.
And honestly, I think you're going to see a winner-take-all final in Formula One as well.
Yep.
Look, the points got even tighter than they were coming in. Spencer Love was 13 points at... Yeah, 13 points. So Spencer Love was 13 points out coming into the weekend. Now he's only 10 points back, gaining 3 points on the 17 of Dylan Anderson. If he can beat him by a couple of positions here in Heat 2, we're talking 3-4 points. It's
going to be down to the final.
And it's going to, if you can get it down under 5 points, what that means is literally first to second, second to third could be the difference in a series championship and another runner-up finish for the likes of Dylan Anderson or even the 52 of Chris Rinker, because him and the 29 of Jared Jensen sit 34 and 38 points back. Again, one of those two can come out and win it, and maybe that 13 at Grant Schubert throws a monkey wrench into everything, fighting for second, third, or first. It's going to totally change the dynamic of points come the final in Formula One.
That's right. So we're setting up for some fantastic racing. The year-end final here in Alton, Powerboat Nationals. It doesn't get any better than this. You know,
No, and the Mississippi she's being nice to us today.
I know, yesterday.
Which I appreciate.
Yesterday, the Mississippi was winning.
Yeah,
Today,
it was.
We might have a little bit different story.
Yeah, I mean, the temps dropped about 9-10 degrees. I mean, if somebody were to tell you, hey, you're going to be in the upper Midwest, right, along the Mississippi towards middle and end of July, and it's going to be mid-80s, they'd be like, no, it's not. It's going to be in the 90s. It always is. But, hey, we've been blessed with a fantastic day to wrap up the 2026 season. Light breeze, so we got a little bit of chop on the water, which is always good, especially for our tunnel boats. The V-bottoms don't have any problem with that, especially the tri-hulls. But a nice little breeze, nothing too crazy, so it's going to make everything kitey. I think we're going to see optimal conditions for these drivers to really lay it all on the line and drive home that championship wishes and hopes as they came in fighting for a titles. 5 drivers came in 74 points apart. You know, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo had a bit of a rough Q2 yesterday, wrapping up Saturday's racing here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. He's a little bit further on the outside.
He ran good, but he just didn't have the speed.
Yeah, him and the 98 of Aiden Benton did battle for quite some time there in heat number 2, and I think he just kind of got caught up, and it just allowed some of those other drivers to drive away from him, and he just ran out of time.
He got caught on the outside, and he didn't have the speed to make that work.
You know, and that happens sometimes, right? You can do everything right, and just the circumstances around you that are out of your control.
Can't get over.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with more racing from the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. It's the Alton Powerboat Nationals. We'll be right back with more racing after this.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Welcome to the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, Illinois is an iconic destination with something for everyone. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place where Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes region of Southwest Illinois. Your adventure awaits in the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Make your first call or text for all your marine part needs to Seaway Marine. Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, is proud to sponsor the Alton Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Munganast Burkhead Toyota. Dear summer, ready to get your adrenaline pumping? Toyota's 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive max out the fun. So find yours and get going. Toyota, let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels victory at every turn. All right, welcome back, race fans, to the final day of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series season here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals on the mighty Mississippi, downtown Alton, Illinois, to wrap up our 2026 calendar. And it's been a doozy so far. We saw Addie Love and Luke Brown go at it in the Talent Cup. They're going to sit 1-2 with 9 points, separating them in a winner-take-all final later on today. And then we had the Formula Lights out on the water, and it was passing everywhere. In excess of 20 position changes throughout that Formula Lights qualifying heat number 3 that saw an unbelievable drive by the 77 of Daniel Trozen, going wire to wire after a blistering start and passing the pole sitter, the 52 of Dumford, on the opening lap. And then the 21 of Mendana set chase, starting third to last on the start pontoon. He came roaring through the field with a final by a nose pass on the 24 of Shelby Love to take the win, or take the second place finish in qualifying heat number 3. And the surprise of the heat, the 01 of Jake McKee was up there fighting for third and fourth. He fell back to 6th position. The gap has closed, and the chase is on between the 24 of Love and the 21 of Mendana as they try to track down the 01 of Jake McKee, who still sits atop in points. But after that third final qualifying heat, if something like that were to happen again in the final, points are tripled. It could be real interesting who's going to capture that crown in Formula Lights final later today and wrap up that season championship. McKee never won one. Love never won one. Mendana never won one here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. So it's going to be 3 drivers fighting for their first series championship here when we lay down their 14 minutes plus 2 laps main event later today. Well, we got a little bit of a break in the action right now. We're going to have a chance to chat with a bunch of our drivers, both in the upcoming classes, Tri-Hull, Formula One, as well as some of our winners and really high position, finishing position drivers from the Talent Cup and especially Formula Lights as they ran hard down there on the Mississippi. It was fantastic to see. So much fun passing here, and we were able to get our live stream up, which is great. So we were able to show that Formula Lights third and final qualifying heat to all of our fans across the world. Again, thank you so much for being a part of our final broadcast of the 2026 season. It's been a pleasure. Myself and Tim Siebold, we've done a fantastic, had a fantastic time here throughout the 2026 season. We're glad that you've joined us. All right, we're going to send things down to the pits as Sarah is with some of our drivers from that unbelievable third and final Formula Lights qualifying heat. Take it away, Sarah.
Well, exactly like you said, Thomas, third and final, and you pulled one out. We were talking there just a bit. You want to keep doing what you're doing, but it seems like forever till that white flag is coming out because you're like, don't mess it up, don't mess it up.
Yeah, that water got really rough in the end, and it was like, when is this white flag going to come out? So, but the boat ran really good. We were making adjustments. First time we've been out all year after we had a major boat repair. So we've been tweaking with it, and we think we got it pretty good. So we're probably going to take it back, fuel up, and be ready for the final.
So it seems like forever because when things are going right, you don't want to change anything up because things don't necessarily turn out that way, as we were talking just a bit earlier.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You just want to keep doing what you're doing because you don't want to change anything up because then you might get out of your element and have something happen, make a wrong turn, then hit a buoy, then it's over.
All right, well, finals are coming up next. We'll get back to the pits and we'll see you out.
Right, thank you.
Guys?
All right, thanks, Sarah. That's the 77 of Daniel Trozen, the Trenton, Michigan native, making the trek down here about 7-8 hours to the shores of the Mississippi in Alton, Illinois, and trying to win his first race of the 2026 calendar. Again, like Daniel had mentioned, a brutal wreck in Kankakee, Illinois last fall really put his 2026 program on the back burner as they had to make sure to really be meticulous with those structural repairs on that 77 bronze and white Formula Light of Daniel Trozen. But glad to see him back out here on the 2026 calendar, and he's looking to play spoiler and run that thing all the way to the top in the Formula Lights final later on today. Well, it's a fantastic day, literally a perfect day of racing. So if you're close enough, get in the car, come on down to Alton, Illinois, hang out with us. We've got some great sponsors, great fans, and a beautiful city here to wrap up the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Round 5 here from the Alton Powerboat Nationals. We've got Tri-Hull qualifying heat 3 coming up. Formula Light qualifying heat number 3 coming up. And then we've got all our grids set for our main events in all 4 classes to wrap up the 2026 season. And so that's going to wrap things up for now. We're going to take a quick break, say a big thank you to all of our fantastic sponsors, and we'll be right back with the opening ceremonies here in Alton.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Hey, welcome back, race fans. Here's we're ready to get back underway for more racing here at the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Again, Thomas Yarbrough, Tim Siebold. Boy, we got the tri-hulls out on the water, Tim. It's going to be an exciting day. But right now, we'd like to get things kicked off here. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please have you stand and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please continue to stand as we have brought in Chaplain Lori Vidal here for our invocation here at the final round of the 2026 schedule. Lori, take it away, sir.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of being here in Alton, Illinois, to have this opportunity to celebrate life in such a creative and powerful way in this tunnel boat racing like this and putting these boats on the water. And we just thank you for the history that much of this boat racing has developed in this area and comes from this part of our world. And we ask you to bless us now as we have this boat race, these final parts of this boat race, and we ask for protection, and we ask for just the blessing of being fulfilled with creative energy from being here. And we commit this day to you, and I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lori Vidal. And I also want to give a big shout out to the flyover by the helicopter brought to you by the Gateway Youth Aeronautical Foundation. Their mission is to inspire today's youth to become tomorrow's aviators by providing hands-on aviation education and unforgettable flight experiences. They're building the next generation of aviation leaders. Dream it, explore it, fly it. Find them online at youtheaerofoundation.org, located at the Creve Coeur Airport. Big shout out to those folks over there at Gateway Youth Aeronautical Foundation. All right, Tim, well, that wraps up. We got opening ceremonies in the books. The nerves are flying. The points are tight, and we're bringing the tri-hulls out on the water as they look to wrap up qualifying here in heat number 3 and set their starting lineup for later today. Cole Waring's out front, but boy, there's a couple of drivers who have been chasing him hard all weekend long.
Well, the points have really tightened up, and man, I got to say though, what a fitting way for opening ceremonies with the IHRA rescue team coming down the front straightaway of the course with the American flag. So
absolutely, the best in the business is the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series rescue team. You know, and we got one retiring here at the end of the season. Pat Keller has been with us for over a decade, longer than really the series has been in. So he's been an integral part of tunnel boat racing for a very long time, and he's the guy that flips the boats over and makes sure the drivers get out and takes care of the boat so that the other team rest of the team can focus on the driver. And boy, we're going to miss Pat, but we wish him all the best in retirement. He's been a valiant and important member of our team for a very long time, and and excited to see what his next chapter brings him, and just appreciative of all the time he spent with us here over the last 10 years.
I think he may have fished me out of the water a time or two.
You know, and you don't ever notice, well, who grabbed you? I don't know, man. I just flipped my boat over. I'm just trying to get my bearings again. But Pat's always good about keeping drivers calm. And I think the thing that drivers appreciate most about Pat is he's so laser focused on getting those boats right side up. And the quicker you can get that boat right and on the trailer so you have as much
Less
time
damage.
to work on them, the best as possible. You don't ever want to drag those things through the water upside down, and he is a pro when it comes to flipping those boats over right side up after an accident. We saw it yesterday with the 52 of Addison Dumford in Formula Lights, but I see some of the tri-hulls making their way out on the water. Boy, let's talk about a recap of yesterday. We had 2 heats in qualifying yesterday in tri-hull. First heat, the point series leader, Cole Waring in that number 69 Burnshausen oil machine. They draw for position for their first heat. He draws outside row 1 and does exactly what you'd expect him to do when he gets that clean water.
Yeah, he did. You know, and that's vital here because it gets so rough. So if you can get out front and get a little bit of a cushion, then that makes it crucial for the rest of the race, because then you can control the race. Look, you get out front, you can make everybody else go where you want them to go.
Yeah,
and that's vital. And you can go where you want to go, which is even more important.
Right, and he was able to lock down qualifying heat number 1, and he saw the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 17 of Neil Marsh, those 2 guys that are chomping at the bit trying to hunt him down in the series championship. They found a way to sneak up there into those top 3 or second or third there in that opening heat, but then heat 2 came, and the 69 of Cole Waring got together with the 37 of Mason Rinker as they were shuffled way back in the pack. Now, they started back there because of the reverse order of points, but boy, the 17 of Neil Marsh spent about 3 seconds in the back of the pack as he just drove through the field in heat 2. What a performance he put on, and let's take a look at some of those highlights from that qualifying heat with the 17 of Neil Marsh, Tim.
You know, Neil is an expert at weaving in and out of traffic. And one thing that really helps him is he keeps the boat in the water and the drive he gets as a result of it.
Yeah.
So,
and it started off with Gerald Shelton was out there in front doing battle with Wyatt Zeller. And then all of a sudden, here comes the 33 of John Ottinger. But this was before the 17 of Neil Marsh. It did take him a couple of laps. And he got in there. Now, here's what happened with Waring. Bang, he gets tagged by the 37 of Mason Rinker, and they both go dead in the water down there in turn number 2. They got it going again, but boy, then the assault was on by the 17 of Neil Marsh, and he was just picking them off one by one, huh, Tim?
That's right, and sometimes you've got to go slower to go faster. And Neil understands that in the rough water coming up and going through the corners. So he backs off a little early, lets the boat set, and he's able to keep it in lane 1 on the exit of the turn, which is crucial.
Yeah, and you saw him do that to numerous boats in that second qualifying heat as he passed them. He did a lot of passing in the corner, which is a very, very tough thing to do. But he was really excited to talk to him last night. You know, his crew chief, Brian Liotta, had some things happen back home, and we're glad to see Brian made it down. And they put together, boy, it's like when those two get together, you know, they weren't there on Friday, so it was a little bit late to get their mojo going, but they got it going there in heat number 2. He's closed that gap a little bit. It's down to 48 points, Tim, with 1 qualifying heat. Plus, we got that final triple the points here on the weekend. So if Neil Marsh can do it again and close that gap, maybe get it down to like 30, 35, you could see, you know, a first and third, first and fourth situation. Neil Marsh could come snatch that thing away from the 69 Nicole Waring if he's not too careful.
That's right. There's a lot of racing left. We got the third heat, which is really going to level the playing field for the final starting position, and that is going to be so important. But, you know, I saw the number 33 of Ottinger, and he had a great run yesterday.
Yeah, finished second right behind Marsh.
Heat. So it seemed like he kind of got stalled after the initial start, but then he worked his way back up there. So anything's possible.
Yeah, and, you know, in the 33 of Ottinger, in Tri-Hull, as well as the 10 of Tanner Rinker. I think those are probably the two guys you're looking for that could really throw a monkey wrench into things for the likes of Waring, Mason Rinker, and Neil Marsh. They've both shown that they're fast. There is the 10 of Tanner Rinker. And Tanner's always been the wild card, right? He was
wild man.
Yeah, he's lost the motor twice this year. Those brackets have taken a beating because, I mean, it's very much a checkers or wreckers. You ain't first. You're either first or last type of mentality for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. And that's why he can be so dangerous, right, Tim? Is because he lays it all out on the line. He gets a good run. He's going to push you to the limit and could really change things up here in this third and final qualifying heat.
Well, if you remember last year here, he made a pass from the last corner to the checkered flag for the win.
Yeah, it went, and by a nose he won,
right.
And that started a tear that he went on. He went on to, I think he won before this in Shreveport, then he won here, then he went on to win in Marble Falls, and just came so close after, remember, barrel rolling in the finals in the Tri-Hull down at the Baytown Boat Club in Highlands, Texas, and it cost him the championship. And you know, he was hungry this year, and it just didn't come together for him. But that doesn't mean he doesn't love playing spoiler, sitting in that number 10 boat here to wrap up the season.
Oh, yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's his brother. You know, if he can stay ahead of him.
Honestly, there's probably more incentive that it is his brother.
You know, I can tell you from my own experience, my dad, my older brother, and myself used to race the same class, and I didn't care if I got third to last as long as they were second and last. You know, second to last and last, as long as I beat them.
Well, and let's be honest, the only reason that ever happened with Seabolds behind the wheel is because a motor went away or you got in an accident and they weren't able to finish the race. I don't know if I've ever seen three Seabolds sitting at the bottom of the point standings or the finishing order at the end of a Formula One race, that's for sure.
The point is I just wanted to beat them more than anybody else. So.
Oh, absolutely, because, you know, once you leave the race weekend, the guys that you beat on the water that you don't spend all the time with, you don't get to talk smack to them all the time. Oh, yeah. But you see your brother and you see your dad on a much more regular basis, and it's always nice little to just let them know, like, hey, by the way, guys, just so you know, I beat you both last race. Just to remember. And I can see there was a lot of that at the Seabold helm.
You don't want to rub it in their face because they would come back and haunt you.
Well, there is that risk. Let's take a look at this reverse order of points. Again, we flip the script. Worst goes to first. First goes to worst. So we're going to see the 54 of Darren Ware, who struggled a little bit yesterday, especially in heat number 2. He's going to be on the inside of row 1 here in heat number 3.
You know, he took a bad hop yesterday, and it never ran right after that. But he knows how to win. Aaron Green, he's won heat races. The water conditions are better this weekend. So, I mean, today's going to be a whole new ball game.
Yeah, it is. Clint Dillard there on the outside of row 2, then the Aaron Green on the inside of row 2. On the outside of row 2, there's the 13 of Gerald Shelton. He's won a heat race as well. He starts on the outside of row 2 there. Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman and the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. They take up row number 3. And then here comes the juggernauts and the wild cards at the end of the field here, Tim, with the 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 69 of Cole Waring there, locking up row number 4.
Oh, Mason's going to have some work cut out for him.
Yeah, and how about that? John Ottinger sitting there third in points coming into the third and final qualifying heat. Could he pull a rabbit out of a hat and lock up pole here with the 17 of Neil Marsh sitting top in points, and then our 2 rookies, the 24 of Bailey Zeller Tinker in that Diamond Z racing machine, as well as the number 12 of Kevin Schlowinski, hailing from Southeast Texas there, filling in on that Ace Plantation Hardware number 12 to round out the Tri-Hull field.
You know, one thing I noticed about yesterday was the boats were bunched up on the start more than I've seen all season long. So I think you're feeling the excitement, and these guys are raring to go, and they're not laying back on the start like we've seen at many races.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I'm curious. Who does that benefit, right? Is it a driving style? Is it a position that gets more benefit when they bunch up tighter like that in that 2x2 formation? It'll be interesting to see. Normally we've seen a lot more space between them, but they were all over each other yesterday, and it did make for some unbelievable racing in Q1 and Q2.
Man, when they're that tight, I just don't think you have any room for clean water, and then you can't adjust once it starts.
Right.
Because these guys will have a plan. Look, they know where they're starting, and they have a specific plan that they're going to do once that green flag drops. Only problem is, a lot of times those plans go out the window as soon as everybody jockeys for position.
Yeah, especially for the driver who just checked his starting position, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. He was throwing a loop yesterday, heading back to the boat ramp after heat number 2. The bracket took one final whack with that 4-stroke Mercury on the back, and he actually ended up losing the motor off the back of the boat. Thankfully, the cable's strong enough to hold it on. Some fellow competitors, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, were 2 of them that helped them get a new bracket that they had in their parts inventory. They got the motor back on the boat and ready to rock and roll today. And that's what's great about not only Tri-Hull Racing, but the entire family here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. If I want to beat you on the water, here, take the parts, get on the water, let me beat you that way.
That's right. A lot of camaraderie between all the different competitors. Now, don't be mistaken. Just because they help you on land doesn't mean they're going to help you once the race starts.
Absolutely not.
So they are out to win. They want to do everything they can to put themselves in a better position, and that one position could be you.
Yeah, and that one position could be the difference between a series championship and not here, as things tightened up through the first 2 qualifying heats. The real question is, Tim, will they tighten up even further, or will we see the 69 of Cole Waring do what the 17 of Neil Marsh did yesterday in Q2 and run through the field and try to get their way out in front before they drop the checkered flag here on qualifying heat number 3?
I was surprised in that heat, but, you know, Cole and Mason Rinker got together, and I wasn't able to find out what was wrong with Cole's boat after that collision, because he was never the same after that.
No, and I think you did mention that there's a possibility that maybe he got some water in the motor, and that's exactly what they found. They come to find out that they believe that they just gulped a little bit of water and it was just choking itself out. So they brought it back down to the ramp. They changed everything that they could, checked everything that they could. Everything seemed good. So they popped the test wheel on last night before they left the pits and brought that thing down to the ramp, made sure it was running top notch. Sounds like everything's good to go in the 69 Burnshausen Oil camp and the 69 of Cole Waring.
Oh, good. Very good. You know, what I want to see as a race fan is I want to see them battle it out.
Yes.
I want to see the top 3 guys in this division, and I want to, when I leave, I want to know the best guy this weekend won the championship.
Absolutely, and you have that scenario potentially shaping up. And I think if we see Cole Waring drive through the field and lock down a pole position with a win here in heat number 3, it's going to make it a little bit tougher for Rinker and Marsh. But Waring's way back there, and he couldn't make it through the field yesterday in Heat 2, so he's got to do something that he hasn't done all weekend long here in Heat 3, and that's going to be big for the driver who's still fairly new in his career, never won a series championship. Oh no, this 37 of Mason Rinker's getting out of the boat, getting unhooked. That is unfortunate. I don't know what's going on with that 37 machine, but they got to make darn sure that that thing is ready to roll. I don't know if that's a transponder issue, but it looks like he's zipping back up and getting in good for a moment there, Tim. I thought, oh no, is it going to end before it started here on Sunday for the 37 of Mason Rinker? That would have been just terrible, but looks like he's getting strapped in, ready to rock and roll.
He's pretty resilient. Look at Shreveport this year. He gets flipped over.
Submerged more than anything.
He stays on the boat to get it back to the pits when they're towing it, and then they get it dried out, and he comes back and he has a fantastic final.
Yeah.
So that's why they call him the Iceman.
He is. He's cool as the other side of the pillow. No matter how treacherous or hectic it gets around him, he just seems to seem very, very even keel. No surprise, being an engineer by trade, that even keel approach probably very beneficial in multiple aspects of the driver's life.
Well, I'm sure they'll get him right back out there, and I see the motor started now. So they're probably working on a transponder. We want to make sure we give everybody all the opportunities that they deserve to go out there and race at the highest level. So we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a great third heat. This is going to set the stage for our final starting position. So it's crucial. And ultimately the championship.
Yeah, and looks like we're just waiting to get, it looks like that may have been a transponder issues. We've got some of the IHRA officials out there on the deck. Most of these tri-hulls hardwire them, but sometimes this is why we have backups. This is why we have extras. You make sure you got to make a swap right there before the end. And the last thing you want is to have one of those things that track all the drivers using GPS. And you know what? A boat racer's best friend, right? When in doubt, use a little duct tape.
That's right. It works. It works. We got our tech expert, John Schubert, and Chris Kiefer down there working on it.
They're doing their best MacGyver impression here on the shores of the Mississippi, making sure that we can track the 37 of Mason Rinker. And somebody would probably ask, well, what's the big deal? Well, what happens if it's a wire-to-wire finish? What happens if the difference between first and second in qualifying is 100th or 1,000th of a second? We need to know that, and that GPS on that transponder is so important.
Which we had yesterday in more than one occasion.
Heck, we had it for first and second and for third and fourth in the final race of the day in Formula One.
Yeah.
It was by a nose for multiple positions, so it's huge.
And this morning we had it on the Formula Lights.
Correct, with the 21 of Mandania getting by the 24 of Love by a nose right at the end. I mean, we're talking
All right, there
inches.
goes Mason. Perfect.
He's going to get down there, get in line, and I would see, you're going to probably see here momentarily that pace jet ski of Jared Whitehead. We call him Jet Ski Jared, leading the pace jet ski down the front stretch. And here's how it's going to work, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who didn't join us yesterday or haven't joined us throughout the 2026 calendar season. In Tri-Hull, we do a 2x2 rolling start. So much more of a setup that you would see kind of like on a NASCAR race where they're 2x2. They're going to run down the front straightaway. When the jet ski peels off, we've got a bright orange flag down on the start dock here because we are so elevated on the Alton side, 20-plus feet above the river. Those drivers look to that orange flag. As soon as our starter drops that flag, you're going to see them come under racing conditions and start lap 1 of 7 here in this third and final qualifying heat in Tri-Hull. Again, reverse order of points so far through the weekend. So Darren Ware, Clint Dillard, and some of the other drivers have been struggling a little bit through qualifying yesterday. You're going to find themselves in those top 3 rows. The winner from heat number 2 and the winner from heat number 1 find themselves in the back of the pack. Same with the 37 of Mason Rinker, who's that third boat in the title fight coming into the final round. And they're going to have to weave their way through traffic here on the mighty Mississippi to try to find their way to the checkered flag and lock up pole position, because that clean water and that inside line in lane 1 in the final is so important here in Tri-Hull. Again, the race is almost three times as long as any of the qualifying heats, the final that is. And so getting that inside lane 1 pole position is so imperative here in Tri-Hull, and it could be the ticket all the way to a series championship here for one of our drivers left hunting for the title. All right, Chief Referee Doug Ray relaying down to Jet Ski Jared that we are good to go here and ready to rock and roll as we're going to lock in our starting lineup for the main event in Tri-Hull, Tim. It's going to be a fun one. I'm excited. I have a feeling we're going to see probably just as much, if not more, passing than we did in our Formula Lights third and final qualifying heat just a little bit earlier today.
Man, I'm excited. Boat racing is starting. We're on the Mississippi River here in Alton, Riverfront Park.
85 degrees, middle of July, light breeze.
I mean, this is the best
cover.
weather we've had in 3 years.
Absolutely, and to have it be the race that wraps up the season even better with this weather. All right, they're coming down 2x2. You see there's Ware on the inside in that 54 machine, the man they call Caddy. And then there's the 56 of Clint Dillard on the outside of row 2. Then you see there's the 63 of Aaron Green and the 13 of Gerald Shelton, followed by the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. They're peeling off.
There we go.
Oh, he
We're
drops
starting.
the flag right away. And a great jump there by the 54 of Darren Ware. Looks like he might have got a little bit figured out here on Sunday, because he pulled away from the 56 of Dillard almost immediately.
Oh, Mason Rinker in the yellow 37. He does not back off, and he just bullies his way through the first turn. Oh, he got hit.
But how about this, Tim? The 69 of Cole Waring is all the way back in third to last place. Neil Marsh snuck underneath him, and he got way out of whack in the corner, and he's now going to have to climb back up into the pack and try to hunt these guys down as he is mired way back in 12th position.
Yes, Neil Marsh in the 17 passes 3 boats in the second corner. He's already making his way through the field. 54, Darren Ware, nicknamed Caddy, out front, looking good.
Oh boy, 17 of Marsh pushing out the 26 of Sherman, telling him, get out of my way, son. Oh no, the 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 69 of Cole Waring get tied up down in turn 1 as the 17 of Neil Marsh continues to push down the back straightaway. Now all the way up into 4th position. Let's see what he can do here in this turn. Oh, he chooses to go wide, doesn't try to go too tight there, Tim. I think he just wasn't comfortable with his setup going into the corner, so he said, hey, let's try that again next time around the course.
Well, for a guy like Neil Marsh right now in the 17, he is on the move. He just needs to take his time, not make a mistake. Right there he did. Hit the buoy, had to bring it back. And
Oh,
look,
no.
he falls off plane. Everybody goes around him.
And he goes from 4th back to 7th in a heartbeat, Tim. And
All
the
that
37
hard
Mason
work.
Rinker gets by him. He's got to be real frustrated with himself inside the cockpit. Let's take a look at a replay. Here, this box-in-box replay of the 17 of Neil Marsh down from turn number 1 as we stay with him in the live racing as they come out of the southeast end of the course.
Well, he's at the upriver turn, and it pulled him into the buoys, and he had to yank it back to the right.
Yeah, now here comes the 69 of Cole Waring starting to try to make his way up into the pack. But boy, the 54 of Darren Ware is just walking away from him here, Tim. As if we've got carnage down at the west end of the course. They are just banging into each other here as we have got 4 laps remaining, 3 laps completed here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat in Tri-Hall as the battle continues for 2nd. All right, and here's the 17 of Neil Marsh. You look down there at the bottom. He just barely missed the buoy, and then he just had to snap turn the back end of that Tri-Hall, and that just killed all his momentum.
Took a bounce over the wave and then slammed it down.
Now the 37 of Mason Rinker's now up into 2nd. There's Neil Marsh. He's now back in 5th after that bad turn a lap and a half ago. But 37 of Mason Rinker, he struggled yesterday along with the 69 of Waring, and he now finds himself in 2nd. I don't know if he's going to have the room to catch Caddy, but boy, he loves the fact that the 17 of Marsh and the 69 of Waring are behind him.
Well, Clint Dillard had a traffic jam behind him there for a while. Now they're starting to make their way around Clint. He slid out wide, 3 laps to go. It's anybody's race right now.
Yeah, 54 Darren Ware out front. There you see that's the 56 of Clint Dillard, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and then right behind them is the 69 of Cole Waring. But again, Waring is sitting back in 8th position with Neil Marsh in 4th and the 37 of Mason Rinker in 2nd. There's that battle with the 33 of John Ottinger.
That was our spoiler for this race, 33.
Now here we go, stay with the 69 of Cole Waring, he's in 7th position down there, going down the back straightaway, down into turn number 2, trying to navigate and find a way. You see the white flag is out. White flag is out, go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the 54 of Darren Ware, but he's got the 37 of Mason Rinker creeping up on him, and the 33 of John Ottinger's holding off the 17 of Neil Marsh for 3rd.
Neil keeps trying to go underneath Ottinger, and he keeps getting washed down because he can't make that stick on lane 1.
No, he can't. All right, there we see that'll go down. Now we're going to cut back to our leader, the 54, Darren Ware. Goes wide to the outside. Mason Rinker tries to go inside of him. He just ran out of real estate there, having to cross the way. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the win here from row 1, the 54 of Darren Ware, followed by the 37 of Mason Rinker. The 33 of John Ottinger rounds out the podium. The 17 of Neil Marsh in 4th. The 56 of Dillard in 5th. But hey, the 69 of Cole Waring made up a couple places there on the last lap and finishes in a decent 6th after an absolutely brutal start there in Heat 3.
Man, that was a good last lap for Cole.
He needed it. I think
needed
that was almost 2 full heats of frustration. He got a couple of passes there at the end, but how about Caddy, number 54, Darren Ware? What a solid run. He got out early and left the 56 of Dillard in the dust and never looked back.
Well, whatever his problem was yesterday, he doesn't have it today. They got it fixed, so he's doing good there. The thing about Cole, he had a frustrating race for the first 3/4 of it, and then he started making a little headway. So he has got to use his head.
Yeah, he found a way to pull himself up by his bootstraps, get him out of that funk, and get back to doing what he has been doing all season long. And again, passing 2 places on the last lap is not an easy task, but was necessary for the 69 of Waring. We take a look at this heat here from the beginning. There you see the 54 of Ware and the 56 of Dillard out in front. No surprise, Tim, they're all bunched up there in the first turn, except for the 54 of Ware as he comes out clean. And then the battle ensued between for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position as they were battling all over the course.
Well, it looked like Neil Marsh in the 17 was going to rip right through the field, but then he made a couple mistakes.
There's the first one.
And he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
No, but sometimes, again, it's the final race of the season. You may take a bit more of a gamble. He tried it there, and it didn't work out. And then they continued to battle, and the 33 of John Ottinger, we talked about that dark horse, man. He had his hands full with that Lone Star sand and gravel machine as they were doing battle for the rest of the race. And the 33 of Ottinger was able to hold off and finish up in that 3rd spot on the podium.
He did. Neil kept trying to go up the inside, but Caddy, number 54, got her done.
Yeah, absolutely did. And then the 37 of Mason Rinker, he was the surprise that got out of the bunch early, ran it all the way up to 2nd, and that was huge for the driver out of Spring, Texas, because he has closed the gap on Waring and Marsh, which he needed to do here before they hit that final, worth triple the points on the weekend as we wrap up the tri-hull season here in 26.
Well, it was crazy on the first lap. Mason got into the side of Zoller, and it slowed him down a little bit, collected himself, got a good result out of it.
Ware with the win there by 1.3 seconds, then Mason Rinker in second. Ottinger, you can see him and Marsh were battling hard for third and fourth, but he clipped the three-time champion, did Ottinger, for a solid podium finish. Dillard hanging on to fifth, Wearing up into sixth, Tanner Rinker seventh, Briston Sherman eighth. Aaron Greens sits inside the top 10. Wyatt Zeller gets the boat back together. He finishes in 10th. And then Gerald Shelton, Kenny Schlowinski, and Bailey Tinker Zeller rounding out the field. Couple of rookies there at the end. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that wraps up Tri-Hull qualifying here. Coming up next, we've got the Formula Ones back on the water to set their starting lineup for the main event here. It's the final round of 2026, the Alton Powerboat Nationals. We'll be right back after this.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days, and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month, or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Welcome to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. Brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, scroll through the regions to explore the diversity of experiences in the middle of everything. Great Rivers and Routes. There's only one place in America where Mother Road of Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes. Discover outdoor adventure, natural wonders, delicious dining, and more at the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. Simmons Hanley Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, Illinois, is proud to sponsor the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Toyota. Find yours and get going. Let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need. All right, welcome back, race fans, to the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We have locked in the starting lineup for tri-hulls. We're going to send things down to pits as Sarah's got our winner from qualifying heat number 3. Sarah?
That's exactly right. We now have a winner for this last round of qualifying. How'd you feel out there? A little less wind, less choppy today, much different than what we saw yesterday out there.
Yes, it's way different. It's smoother, except when you get in everybody's chop, then it's it is what it is.
Free for all with a lot of excitement there. But how excited are you, though, to accomplish something here going into this last race of the season and really just trying to notch it up to take it to the next level?
It feels good. I mean, I've been trying and finally got a win.
All right. And excitement. How's everything going? I saw a couple of high fives and excitements walking up. So in the hat, that's pretty charismatic. I love that. So you got to fill me in on how that came to be.
Just found it online somewhere, and it was like, I got to have it.
All right. Well, congratulations on that win, and we'll catch you around in the finals.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thomas and Tim, back to you guys.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Caddy, the man with a few words and a lot of action there in qualifying heat number 3. He's a character for sure. Maybe that character wasn't necessarily shown in that interview, but not a place Caddy's used to be in so far here in 26, but excited that he was able to knock out a win here in qualifying heat number 3. He's going to get himself into the mid-pack and could do some damage with a couple of nice moves here on the Mississippi because he knows he can go fast out here, as he just proved there in heat 3, Tim.
He's got the speed.
He does. And speaking of speed, we've got the Formula Ones out on the water. And, boy, this is going to be a doozy here in qualifying heat number 3 as the points are tighter than they were coming into this weekend. And, again, we're going to reverse order of finish of points on the weekend. But if you look down there at the bottom, boy, 10 points between the 24 of Spencer Love and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Coming into the third and final qualifying heat, Tim, we could have a level playing field between at least those two drivers with a dead heat run into the finals here in Formula One, depending on how things shake out here in heat 3. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, but just behind them, you got Chris Rinker in the 52 and the 29 of Jared Jensen. So, I mean, they're only a few points back from that as well.
Yeah, 34 and 38 points respectively behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson. I mean, again, we saw it in Formula Lights, right? The 21 of Mendana made a good move. Trozen ran away with it, but he got up to second. And then the points leader, McKee, was all the way back in sixth. If that were to happen here, boy, you could see the 24 of Spencer Love with the points lead going into the final. You could see that gap between Love, Anderson, and the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen go down to where just a couple of places finishing differently in the final could mean the difference between a championship and another second place finish.
Couple spoilers in this, starting up front. You got Grant Schubert in the 13, starting in 4th position. And then in 5th position, John Jensen in the number 2. John looked good. If Grant could ever get off the beach,
you took the words out of my mouth.
He could win the race, but he can't get off the beach.
If he could figure that out today, I think we look at who's the spoiler with the best odds here in this Formula One final, and I think I would put my money on the 13 of Grant Schubert. In his interview yesterday, he said, hey, listen, I'm going in to lay it all on the line. My goal is to create chaos out there. I believe he said, hey, listen, I'm going to burn it down, baby. First, you ain't first, you're last.
Over.
Yeah, he did. But that young man's going to drive it to the absolute limit. And, boy, I think he could pull a rabbit out of a hat here. And I don't think anybody would be necessarily too surprised if he was able to do so based on how fast he's been all weekend.
But the thing I like about his mentality right now, he's out of the championship. But here's what you want. In my personal opinion, I never wanted to leave anything on the table. Look, no matter where I ended up finishing, as long as I knew that I gave it everything I had, left nothing on the table, I was okay with it.
Yeah, because sometimes things are out of your control, right? You do everything you can, and the motor just goes away. A part fails. Somebody cuts you off, and you've got to back way off, and you couldn't control it. That driver lost control of their craft right in front of you. So you just got to take those things as they come.
Control what you can.
Right, and then just let everything fall into place. And it's amazing how much better things can get if you let go of those things that you can't control. When you finally realize that, it's amazing that next level or that next gear you can really find as a driver.
Well, and sometimes what you have to do is you have to let the race come to you. You can try and force all this stuff, everything that you want, but sometimes you got to just let the race come to you.
Does that get easier the more time you get behind the wheel? Because that seems like something that at the beginning you're chomping at the bit so hard to improve and get better that it's got to be hard to let the race come to you as a driver.
And that's where your experience comes in. So the more experienced drivers have a better chance of being able to do that. But regardless, what you have to do in these Formula One boats, you have to stay calm, you have to stay focused. And because you're never sitting still, you're flying these boats as much as you're driving them. So the driver is never sitting still.
Right, there's always an out button, an in button that's being trimmed. You're moving the motor up and down based on the roughness of the water. There's
exactly,
so many
you're
changes.
reading the water, you're reading the wind, and
you're reading the other drivers.
Exactly, because you can't go, unlike car racing, you can't go right behind the other boat because of the long 200-foot rooster tails they got behind them.
Yeah, not to mention all that water that prop just churned up has basically no power left in it. It's amazing when you infuse air into water and then try to spin a propeller in that water, how little torque it has. It's really astonishing for those who haven't seen it up close and personal. I mean, you can watch a boat just drift back. I mean, boat lengths in a second or two because they get into that dirty water. It's so detrimental for a Formula One tunnel boat.
Well, the dirty water you're referring to is the white water that you see behind the boats. And the reason that's white is all the air that is coming off the propeller. So instead of grabbing water, the prop's grabbing air.
It's almost like a transmission slipping a little bit.
Exactly. So the slip factor of the efficiency of your prop goes way up. So all of a sudden, you know, you're not at 8%. You're at 25% of what you should be at.
Right. And it can make it tricky. That's why you'll see these guys, and it's amazing how tight they can find themselves sometime. They really learn how tight to hug that white water and being right next to it so that you're not giving up any ground but staying just outside of it to keep those RPMs up and that top speed rolling.
That's right. That's why sometimes when we're talking about this, that's why you stay on the outside hip of the guy. So that way you're in clean water. You're not trying to go back and forth over his wake, which also slows you down. So, and everybody's got a different take on it, you know. Everybody's got a different driving style. And you're going to see that these guys, especially, two big areas. One is going into turn one. You've got the dog leg up the front straightaway. So the two trains of thought there is they're going to go wide out of the final corner 5, right?
Yep.
So you're going to go wide out of there, and you're going to take this dog leg out of it. So what they'll do is they'll come wide, and they'll start turning way early, rather than going straight up the inside and having to set the boat.
Right on. Well, let's take a look at our lineup here for this third and final qualifying heat. Again, we flip the script. Worst goes to first. First goes to worst. We're inverted points collected on the weekend, and with a couple of rough starts there, the 99 of Travis Yates going to start on pole here in qualifying heat number 3 in that JH Performance machine. Hopefully he can rectify things after a rough Saturday, Tim.
Wow, you got Aiden Benton, then you got Grant Schubert 4th and 5th with his teammate Jeremiah Mayo starting right there.
Yeah, and they're on that first flag. Now, the difference is the 13 of Grant Schubert, I believe he's going to be inside the gate, or will the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo be inside the gate, and then the 29 of Jensen is going to be the one on the outside.
Jensen's on the outside.
And so he's kind of in that less advantageous spot. You always love to be the last boat inside the gate. So when we when we talk about this gate, we have a buoy in the middle of the course, and the first 5 boats go between the buoy and the first pin that they're driving towards. The next 5 have to go outside that buoy, and then the final boat's going to fall in behind.
And the reason we do that is so that all the boats are not getting to the first corner at the same time. So we do it for safety. This spreads the boats out a little bit, and it just makes it a lot safer. So that way we've got 5 boats going through the first turn in kind of shifts, let's say. But inevitably, somebody's jumping ahead and getting up with the other one. So it's a busy first turn.
It is, you know, and you look at heat number 3 here, you've got the likes of Dylan Anderson, Spencer Love, Chris Rinker are all back there in those last handful of spots, and I believe it is the 52 of Chris Rinker, or no, it's the 24 of Spencer Love. He's going to get that second flag start. He's going to start a little bit later, but he also gets to fall back into the pin after all that dirty water has kind of dissipated, Tim. We've seen actually that last boat that's on the second flag. Oh no, it looks like Schubert, it looks like we're doing one flag. That John Jensen is a DNS here in qualifying heat number 3. Oh no, that's unfortunate for the driver. That second driver from the Island Lake Marine Machine. He was looking fast yesterday, Tim. We were talking about it. He could have had a chance to do some damage here in heat 3, but he's got to watch it from the beach. He's got to be frustrated.
You know, I'm sure their team mentality is, look, we've got Jared Jensen in a 29 boat fighting for the championship. Let's not spread ourselves too thin. Let's concentrate on what we came here for, and that's to give Jared the best opportunity to win the championship.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things where they noticed it, but it would have pushed both the boats. Difficult to get them their minds right and get everything on the water right away.
And the crew guys.
And so now at least John and a couple of the crew guys are probably going to be back in the pits while they're running this heat here, trying to figure out what's going on with the 2 of Jensen. But unfortunately, that puts him in DNS status here in qualifying heat number 3. But hey, good for the 24 of Spencer Love, because now they're all on one flag.
Now they're all on one flag. Well, actually, if I was Spencer, I would have rather been on the second flag.
So you could dive back down into the pin,
so
especially
I can go straight up. You know, position 1.
Especially with how well he gets off the dock in that Clover construction machine. He's like a rocket as soon as that flag goes, but who knows? He could get such a good run. He could find himself right in the thick of it right after those first 2 turns on the opening corners before we start lap 1 of this 8 minutes plus 2 laps, third and final qualifying heat here in Formula 1.
Looks like they're all lined up, so we're getting ready for the start.
Absolutely. We're just going to check the course. One final look over by Chief Referee Doug Ray. He relays back to all the rescue crews here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. Make sure there's no debris in the water. Make sure everybody's set. They're in position to be able to handle this tremendous force that comes off the dock here in the Formula 1 class here in their third and final qualifying heat. All right, looks like we're coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. On the pole, the 99 of Travis Yates. Then it's the 34 of Jeff Reno. Right behind him, and the 98 of Aiden Benton coming third off the dock. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. And then right behind the 98 of Benton, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Can he get off the dock? Could he play spoiler here in heat 3 and for the rest of the weekend? We're going to have to wait and find out. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then you look at the 29 of Jared Jensen. Then you got the 14 of Andrew Tate, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, all jammed there in the middle here in heat number 3. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. And then at the end of the dock, you got the likes of Dylan Anderson, Chris Rinker, and Spencer Love. Who's going to win heat 3? Who's going to be on the pole for the final? As we look to crown a champion in Formula 1, let's finish up qualifying. 20 seconds, drivers are under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag and they come roaring. Schubert got off the beach. Schubert got off the beach.
Started.
That is
Dylan Anderson gets a fantastic start. Jared Jensen gets a great start.
And the 52 of Rinker looks like he may have struggled a little bit as they go down to the far end of the course. Schubert is going to sweep turn 1. I think he's going to come out in front, Tim. That is unbelievable. Whoa, Reno gets absolutely hosed down. And here comes Jensen right on the tail of the 13 of Schubert, who's out in front early.
What a good start.
Look at it. Here comes Anderson. And here
Spencer
comes
Love coming up the outside.
Well, it looks like the 8 of Mayo got sandwiched there coming out of turn number 5 on the opening lap before we started lap 1. He's all the way back in 10th position. That's got to be frustrating for the driver in that Toyota Ray Bob seasoning sponsored entry. Boy, it is. There's the 24 of Spencer Love. He's sitting in 4th.
Grant Schubert takes a big hop. This is what we talked about. Corners 4 and 5 down there. That's where it gets rough. That's where you're going to make a pass.
Right, and
can you get through that rough water?
Yeah, but Schubert playing it to his advantage here as he's able to angle it all the way down to the pin. That's going to scrub up the speed off the 29 of Jared Jensen. Now here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. Wide to the outside. They're going 3 wide into the dog leg as he's doing battle with the 14 of Tate and the 99 of Yates.
Got around both of them. Chris passed them both on the outside. Set it up in turn 5. finished it in turn 1.
Well, and he knows he's got to somehow find a way to get up and by the 24 Love and the 17 Anderson.
He's got some urgency right now. He's got to get up to Anderson.
Absolutely, but wait, the 13 at Grant Schubert starting to pull away a little bit. And now you see, no surprise, Jensen goes out to the outside. He's like, hey, Schubert, I'm not going to let you trap me like you did last time. Down there on the dog leg, coming into turns 1 and 2 on the west end of the course.
Well, you can't get trapped in there. And you can't follow the guy, so you're not going to pass him if you're running the same course.
Right, that Captain Mark's machine with a 13 on the side. Grant Schubert trying to make a statement here at the end of 2026. And boy, look at that battle then there between the 20. Then you got the 17 at Anderson, the 24 Love. And here comes the 52 at Rinker, Chris. He is not going to give up here in this final qualifying heat.
No, he's not. Aiden Bitten's running good right now. Running in 4th place.
Oh, that's the 24 Love was all the way up into 4th
Spencer,
place.
sorry,
yeah,
Spencer.
They're both all white. It's a little tricky to see sometimes.
So we got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all your championship contenders.
Yep, no surprise. The cream always rises to the top, and they're pushing hard. And again, just like we talked about, we expected the 13 at Grant Schubert was going to find a way to inject himself into the conversation today, and he is absolutely doing that right now with a blistering start, and he is cruising out in front here in qualifying heat 3, Tim.
I wouldn't say he's cruising.
Oh, it's not like
Jensen's right on his tail.
And I see Jensen and Schubert are actually kind of pulling away from the 17 of Anderson a little bit. Oh no, we got a wreck down in turn 5. Oh no, it looks like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 14 of Andrew Tate got together down in turn number 5. Here as we were almost at just about the halfway point here. Oh no, that's a frustrating end to heat 3 here for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Looks like we've got a rear cowling all over. Is the engine cowling off of that APX 4-stroke? Looks like no. Hopefully he didn't sustain too much damage. The boat is still floating a little bit, but it looks like it might be sinking now, Tim. There's the rear. Looks like that's the rear cowling and the engine cowling, both floating in the water down there.
They're going to get them hooked up right away. They're going to get that boat so it doesn't sink.
And he's already out of the cockpit, so it looks like it was just one of those they got together touch moments.
Engine cowling's off, rear cowling's off.
Oh boy, and that's tough with those 4-strokes. It looks like unfortunately they were far enough back, but still close enough to the lead that we just weren't able to get a camera on the wreck. So hopefully Sarah might be able to get a chance to have a chat with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo potentially before we get the restart going here. But man, it started off okay, and just since the start of qualifying heat number 2, it's just kind of been downhill for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In that Munganast Burkhardt Toyota Raybob seasoning number 8 here as he gets towed in, and that motor now almost completely underwater on the back of the number 8 boat.
Dang.
That's tough.
Hate to see those guys have that happen during the heat race.
Yeah, and the other boat that got in there, the 14 of Andrew Tate, he looks like he's holding it together, but he's still idling. I don't know if he's up on power or if he's going to be able to complete qualifying heat number 3, or if he's going to be out as well. There's the 14 Andrew Tate. Doesn't look like I see really any damage in the end.
But it would be on the other side.
You're right, it would.
Would be on the other side.
But it looks like he's floating okay. The question is he going to be under full power? Is there any damage that maybe we can't see on that boat? Boy, it looks like both drivers might be heading back to the start pond, or back down to the marina.
His left steering bar is bent down.
Okay, oh yeah, it is. You can zoom in there and see it's big time bent.
Yeah.
There's the other side.
He's gonna have to go get some thing looks like it's leaning a little bit too, but
boy, you're right, that left steering bar is absolutely mangled.
He's gonna have to get back. We still have 5 minutes left, plus a lap of this heat race. So we're gonna continue this heat race. Now it will come back with a rolling start rather than the dock start.
Yeah, so we'll get back underway a lot quicker. But boy, the Andrew Tate, I thought for a minute there he had avoided anything and was going to be able to run here, but it looks like that steering bar is at least going to knock him out for qualifying heat number 3 here. Hopefully they got an extra set back in the Phenom Ventures Simmons Hanley Conroy team pits that they can swap out before the final, but that might spell the end of the 14 of Andrew Tate. Looks like he's floating okay though, which means I don't know if I see really too much water being taken on by that boat, but definitely that steering bar that you noticed was pretty bent on the left side of that APX 4-stroke.
He'll have to have a steering bar.
Oh, they got the cowling for the 8 of Mayo, and hopefully they got the engine cowling as well. I know they may have an extra there in the Outlaw F1 team, but boy, he's got to be frustrated. It's just kind of been one of those weekends that that Jeremiah Mayo's not used to. Normally, he puts himself in situations where he can succeed, and rarely does he get tied up into situations that are going to make it difficult for him. And there comes the rescue team. Pat's got a hold of that rear cowling of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo with the Toyota on the side and Ray Bob seasoning. But man, that's unfortunate to see such a talented young driver. He came in 5th in points, was only 74 points back on the weekend coming in. Decided the two-stroke boat was just giving him fits. They had to park the two-stroke boat, which I think, you know, was the first kind of wrench in the game plan here this weekend in Alton. They had something go wrong with that boat that just was not fixable on the weekend. So they decided, hey, we kind of have to go to the 4-stroke boat. The speed on the 4-stroke boat maybe not as quite there as it was on the 2-stroke boat. You see there Chris Kiefer hauling that rear cowling back up the hill so we can get it back to the pits. There's the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Yeah, and it looks like the engine cowling is damaged on that thing. So that's the big question, Tim, there is how much damage was sustained to that APX 4-stroke, because one of the benefits of the 4-stroke is it's computer driven and it's a sealed motor, but that's also you don't carry so many parts, and it's hard to put that thing back together here on the race course.
They've got a safety valve in them also, so if they go over, it shuts the plenum. So look, that thing went all the way over, landed right side up. Hopefully there's no water in the motor, but the big thing is there any damage to the boat? And look, we've got some extra parts. Heck, we'll take parts off the 2-seater if he needs them.
We've done it before.
Back out there. That's right.
We have, but it's unfortunate. And what I'm more curious about is when they made contact, right? You look how bent that steering bar was. Did he get up and when he was going up and over the 14 at Tate, did that steering bar puncture anywhere into that APX? Because that rear cowling is completely destroyed and ripped off. So something had to rip it off, and that's what I'm more worried about. Those Hoffmans are tough.
I'm worried about something in the side.
And it looks like they're checking it, trying to get it there. Those Hoffman boats are pretty tough. I think I might see a little bit of damage on the front left there, kind of like about a third of the way down. But it's going to be interesting to see. If anybody can get the boat back on the water, it will be the Outlaw F1 and Michael Schubert. They are fantastic at what they do. So if there's, as they say, if there's a will, there is a way. All right, it looks like we've got our lineup here. The 13 of Grant Schubert's going to start on the inside of row 1, then the 29 of Jared Jensen, then the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the 24 of Spencer Love, the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's going to be inside of row 3 there in 5th. Then the 98s, the 34 of Reno, the 98 of Benton, and then 8 and 14, which I think are going to be dropping out here, are going to be the last 2 spots as they get penalties for picking up the crash or causing the wreck down there in the stoppage in the race here in heat number 3. But I think both we're going to see the 8 and 14 on the trailer before we see them back racing here in heat number 3, Tim.
This is going to be a drag race to the first pin on the restart, because you got Jared Jensen starting in P2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, it's going to be interesting to see Ken Jensen jump it on the front. Will Spencer Love use his starting specialist techniques here and get a jump from row 2? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Formula 1 qualifying right after this.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back, race fans, as we are just about to get lined up for this 2x2 rolling restart here in the third and final qualifying heat. After the 14 of Andrew Tate got into the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo down in turn number 5 as they were fighting for position. Both of them get knocked out, Tim. Mayo looking a little bit worse for wear than the 14 of Tate, but both those teams going to have to run at a feverish pace to get those boats ready for the final if they can pull it off.
Yeah, right now we got to make sure, number one, the drivers are okay, and then worry about their boats after that.
Yeah, we saw the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo get out of the boat under his own power before they hooked it up, so he seems like he was in pretty good spirits, but per our rules, you always get checked out by, you never know how bad, sometimes these good boats get together, those hits are hard, and we want to make sure, give them a concussion test, do all the protocols that we know are in the driver's best interest, whether they like it or not.
Well, right now, with what we have and how those guys hit, when you hit the steering arm like that, it could rip the wheel out of your hands and make sure your hand doesn't get caught in there.
And what it looks like there is based on where the collision was with that left steering bar, I have a feeling that Tate was out in like lane 3 coming to turn into lane 5, and he hooked that boat into lane 5, and that lane 1 where Jeremiah Mayo wanted to go just ended completely. All right, we got them 2x2 ready to roll, and they're coming down the front straightaway. Jet Ski Jared's leading them down, heading west upriver here on the mighty Mississippi, downtown Alton, Illinois. We're looking to close out qualifying. The 13 of Grant Schubert was out in front with a nice lead. Tracking him down was the 29 of Jensen. Now they're side by side on row 1. Jet Ski peels off. We look down to the starter's flag, waiting for him to drop it. He drops the flag. Green flag we go. The 52 of Rinker now goes down to the inside. Schubert and Jensen are going to be drag racing down in lanes 2 or 3, and here comes that starting specialist, the 24 of Love, with a banger start as well as they go 3 wide into turn number 2.
Spencer got a great start on the outside, and that's one of the advantages, not getting boxed in on the inside.
But how about Grant Schubert? He figured out a way to find an extra gear there here in the restart and pull away from Jensen, and boy, just the 24 of Spencer Love just cannot be touched outside this weekend, Tim. He is just scary fast.
Normally he's an acceleration guy, but right now it looks like he's got a little top end too. But he's having to stay outside and run a longer course. He's got to, and he won't be able to get over on the lane 1 because he's got Grant Schubert right there with him.
Yeah, but the one who's really getting squeezed out, and you saw it right there, was the 29 of Jared Jensen. The 13 of Schubert just kept him buried into lane 1, gave him no clean water, and so Spencer Love just stayed to the outside, found the clean water, and walked right by him, moving up into second.
Spencer needs to go tight on the pin right now. He needs to get rid of Jensen and then start going forward and going after Grant.
Oh boy, he thought he had him cleared.
Yeah, I thought he had him cleared too, but Jensen came back.
And you know what? Kudos to the 24 of Love as he pulled out of lane 1 and avoided a collision there and gave room for Jensen, even though it allowed Jensen to get back around him, because Spencer Love understands, hey, we got a few more minutes. I'm going to get a couple more cracks at this. I'm going to leave him a lane, let him go inside now. I'll get him when this thing's all said and done.
Well, you see the number 13 right now, Grant Schubert out front, and I don't think anybody's got anything on him right now. It's just if he can get through that corner. He kind of struggles between 4 and 5, turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, just, it's like he's halfway between, do I 2-pin it or do I deep apex it into a 1-pin?
He's out in the middle. He's not in lane 1. He's not in lane 4.
All right, as they continue to push down to the west end of the course through turns 1 and 2 now, back on the dogleg. Turn 3 on the backside is Schubert. He's pushing hard. All right, we're going to turn things down, going box in box. Sarah's with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who was involved in that collision with the 14 of Andrew Tate. Sarah?
All right, thank you very much. And yeah, Jeremiah, good news, you're okay, which is, checked out by medical and you're clear there. But kind of walk us through a little bit. You said it happened so fast you didn't even get wet. So kind of what you can recall.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 guys, just really racing their hearts out. Obviously not wanting to give an inch. We went into that turn. I thought I could make a move through him, go to the inside. I don't necessarily know if he knew I was there or not. And then I think he kind of hooked it a little bit. It's just a racing incident. You can't really prevent it. That stuff happens. It barrel rolled me over the top of him, I think. And, I mean, it went over so fast. I'm still bone dry. So besides the sweat that happened in the capsule, it just is what it is. Hopefully we'll get it fixed.
Right. I know you haven't had time to grab you right when you got out of medical, but are you thinking you might have a chance to get back into the final, or what are kind of your first impression thoughts as what you were getting towed in?
Yeah, I mean, staying on the boat, I mean, like I said, the boat didn't sink or anything. Just kind of looking at it while we were riding in, I think it should be fixable. I think no problem being out for the final.
Right. I'll let you go. I appreciate your time. I don't want to hold you up. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. The Jeremiah Mayo, calm, cool, and collected always, no matter what gets thrown at him. Hopefully he can get it back for the final. But boy, the 29 of Jensen, the 13 of Schubert, boy, they really pulled away from the 24 of Spencer Love. Kind of surprising, Tim, while we were there at the break, and Sarah was talking to Jeremiah.
But Jared Jensen in the 29 has worked his way up to the back of 13 of Grant Schubert. He's got to get about another 5 boat lengths before he can work on a pass.
Yeah, we're a minute and 30 plus 1 lap remaining here in this final qualifying heat. And, you know, the one thing he can't do is Jensen can't let himself get stuck to the inside. Schubert seems like he keeps trying to bait Jensen into lane 1. He wants him to go in there because he can use the dog legs on the back straight and the front stretch to shut the door. Jensen's just got to have the intestinal fortitude to stay outside and trust the process in that number 29 Island Lake Marine machine.
Well, Grant's been able to hold it in lane 1 in corners 4 and 5, and that's made the difference right now.
Yeah, look at him go way wide to the outside. We got Rinker sitting in 5th position. He's trying to hunt down, in 5th position, trying to track down the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Anderson's trying to grab Love, but we're running out of time, Tim. And boy, with Anderson your leader, Spencer Love's ahead of him. So is Jensen. Those 2 drivers are going to make up some ground before the final if everything finishes the way it sits right now. I know we got a little bit of time left, but boy, Chris Rinker's got to be just trying to scramble in that cockpit, trying to figure out any move he can make to try to at least catch the 17 of Anderson.
Yeah, and that'll make a big difference. If Rinker can get by Anderson, that's really going to jumble the points up. Chris finally started sliding to the outside, which is, I think, what he needs to do if he wants to make up some time.
It's weird, based on where you're at on the course and who you're doing battle with, that outside line has been very advantageous, and normally we see the short way around the course is normally what most of the, especially the 2-stroke boats, like to do, but not here on this 5-pin course on the shores of the Mississippi.
No, you just can't do it all the time. You got to run some different lines. I'd say up the white flag coming out. Grant Schubert, 1 more lap.
All right, as Schubert comes down through the dogleg turn 1, sets it beautifully off turn 1, forces the 29 of Jensen into the spray.
Rinker needs to go inside now.
He's got to try to find a way to make a move. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He comes through the dogleg in turn number 3. Now sets it off at turn 3, heading down into the east end of the course, off to turn 4. We're going to stay with our leader here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. Comes off of 4, nice and chill there. You see the white flag is rolling. Now sliding out of lane 2, coming off at turn number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Playing spoiler here in heat number 3, taking the win in qualifying heat number 3, number 13, Grant Schubert. Heck of a run there by the 29 of Jensen, and Love hanging on to that 3rd and final spot on the podium, Tim.
Big finish for number 17 in the Anderson Marine boat. Finishes right ahead of Chris Rinker in the Mastercraft boat.
And with 10 points, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe there is a 10-point gap between 2nd and 3rd place, which means that I believe Anderson is still going to hang on to that lead. But going into the final, Tim, I think we're going to have a 1 to 2 point lead by the 17 of Dylan Anderson over the 24 of Spencer Love coming in to the final. We're going to see that the 29 of Jared Jensen probably gained 8 to 12 points on the 17 of Anderson, so he's going to be down in there in that 20-point range. That means, Tim, I believe one position could potentially change from 1st to 3rd in the series championship here in the Formula One final later on today. What an amazing run, especially for the 29 of Jared Jensen. I was talking to him yesterday, and I said, hey, man, you need to make sure that Grant Schubert's your best friend, because that wild card, if you can be in the right position and he comes down and lays it down just like he did here in Heat 3, you got to be right there with him. And wouldn't you know, there he was at the end, solid 2nd for the young driver out of Colorado.
Very good for the Jensen team. Jared drove a heck of a race there, got himself in a good position, wasn't able to get by Grant, but guess what? That's going to put him in a good position for the final.
And here we've talked about getting off the beach all day as we look at the recap of this 3rd and final qualifying heat. The 13 of Grant Schubert finally got off the beach for the first time all weekend. There was chaos down in the first turn, as there always is here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. But boy, then Schubert just went to work, running the great lines, did a fantastic job. Look at how wide the 14 of Tate pushes the 52 of Rinker there. They were all over each other in those first handful of laps. The 13 of Schubert was doing battle with the 29 of Jensen. There, the 52 of Chris Rinker, he was trying to find a way. But then we had the incident, the 14 of Andrew Tate and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo get together. And then after the restart, Schubert had a challenge right away. But man, both boats, the 29 of Jensen and the 24 of Love, Tim, he was able to hold both of them off and run this thing all the way to the checkered flag. What a great young
pretty
run
evenly
for that
matched
driver.
performance from the 13 and the 29.
Absolutely. He just he had that inside line and the clean water short way around the course, and sometimes that's all you need.
That was the difference.
And that's why pole position here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series can give you such an advantage over the rest of the field, because you get short way and clean water, especially early.
Grant ran a great race, got the wind under his belt, gives him some momentum for the final. We're going to have to see how it lays out for starting position.
Yeah, he finishes up on top there with the 29 of Jensen in second, the 24 of Spencer Love in third, Anderson fourth, Rinker fifth. He falls back here before the final, but still less than 50 points from a championship. The 98 Aiden Benton finishing in sixth. He gets his best finish on the weekend. Then Reno, Yates, and of course our two drivers who got into the incident, Tate and Mayo, as well as the 2 of John Jensen. Boy, did it pay off for them to park the second boat there for Island Lake Marine to make sure they could focus here in Heat 3. Hopefully they can get it fixed. Hopefully they can get it fixed for the final, because I know John wants to do battle himself. But, you know, sometimes a frustrating move is the smartest move for a team. John understands that. He's been around racing a long time. They're looking at the big picture. And we got more big pictures coming up after this, because coming up next, we've got the Formula Lights final. We're going to see who's going to win the championship here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days, and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month, or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Hey, welcome back, race fans. As we just wrapped up qualifying in Formula One, now we start finals here at the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series season in all 4 classes. Starting off, I apologize, I misspoke earlier. Talent Cup coming up first. Will the 24 of Addie Love or will the 69 of Luke Brown emerge victorious? It is a winner-take-all 5-lap dash for cash here in the Talent Cup. Will it be Luke Brown? Will it be Addie Love? It's Texas versus California. It's 69 versus 24. It's male versus female. All the things are on the line here in the Talent Cup. Who's going to come out on top as our final driver, the 24 of Addie Love, makes her way out onto the race course. And we're going to line them up back down at the east end of the course and go 2 by 2 for our rolling start here in the Talent Cup, as they're going to go 5 laps around this 2-pin course. They use the same course as the Tri-Hulls, and we will crown a series champion, as they are only 9 points apart here in Talent Cup for the season standings between the 24 of Love and the 69 of Luke Brown. Talent Cup, a new class on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in 2026. You can start as young as 9. They run a mono hull, so a V-bottom, if you will. A single cockpit V-bottom fiberglass hull, about 10 feet long. It's got a 15-horse 4-stroke Mercury on the back, standard gear case, standard midsection, and the propeller is owned by the series. The drivers draw for propeller at the beginning of the weekend. That's their propeller for the weekend. Make sure that Dad doesn't go back home and spend his way to a championship here, as we're really looking to teach these youngsters what it's like to be a powerboat racer, what's it like to be a professional, understand all the safety, starting, regulations, rules, and really decorum and how they carry themselves on a race weekend. And it's been unbelievable, Tim. I mean, we've seen the likes of Luke Brown. Yesterday he had the engine cowling off, had the rear cowling off, was checking the boat, making sure everything was dialed in, because he knew he was coming in 9 points back today. He still is 9 points back, and I'm excited for that young driver and Addie Love as they're duking it out for a championship.
No, it's fantastic, and it's great to see their perspective on it all as well, because they're so excited. Everything's fresh and new. So they're taking them down right now. Jet Ski Jared taking them down for the start. They do a pace boat start with the Talent Cup, and we're going to get these guys rolling, and we're going to see who we're going to crown champion for 2026.
Yeah, and I can imagine both Love and Brown, they know what's on the line, right? They know where the points are at. They saw them on the board. They know that they basically traded wins, first and second places, so the points didn't change. It's not lost on them. And boy, the adrenaline that these two youngsters are feeling, probably the highest amount of adrenaline they've ever felt in their young lives. How awesome is it there? You see 972 for the 24 of Addie Love, 963 for the 69 of Luke Brown, just 9 points back. It's going to be a fantastic run, awesome. And we're going to see some excited kids here at the end of this final as they come down the front straight away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got them 2 by 2 coming down the front stretch. Love's on the inside. Where's the 69 of Brown? He better get up there onto that front row. No, it looks like the 77 of Jackson Cressy. Well, we're going to go 4 wide or 3 by 1. Again, they're youngsters. They're still learning that start procedure. It's a little bit tricky to nail down, but Jackson Cressy's like, hey, man, you're going to give me a lead. I'll take it.
They're going to have to make them guys go around.
He's waiting.
They gotta make them go back.
No, they're going to loop back.
They got to make them go. They've got to be lined up, and this is one of the things that we're teaching them, is the fact that, look, you don't turn to the outside. You got to be lined up in a line before we'll start the race. And these are all just race procedures that all these kids are learning.
Hey, I mean, heck, if the adults can screw it up enough as they have over the years, we'll give the youngsters a time or two to get it nailed down. I believe, actually, Tim, this is maybe the second, but I think possibly only the first time all year the youngsters have had to circle back around and restart their race. Maybe once in Shreveport, but commendable for 4 drivers that had never raced before 2026 to be able to figure out a rolling start with your foot on the gas and all that sort of stuff here in the Talent Cup.
Well, we got the championship on the line, so the officials want to make sure that they are getting it right, and it gives the competitors the most level playing field possible to win the championship. And the thing here is we got Jackson on pole for this event, but not the championship.
Right, and he can make it very difficult for those other drivers to try to get around him, because he's got some speed. Absolutely. All right, we got him back down to the east end of the course. We're going to bring him back around. I have a feeling Jared may have a conversation quickly with all 4 of the drivers, let them know, like, you're behind you, and then you're next to one another. It's like a box, guys, right? 2 by 2. But they'll get it figured out. We'll get it lined back up and ready to roll here as we try to crown a champion.
I think they're going to start them 4 wide.
I wouldn't mind a 4 wide start. Put Love on the inside, then Brown, then Cressy.
No, you got to go by the points of the race, not the championship. That's why I'm saying Jackson's going to be in P1.
All right, well, it looks like they've got them much better lined up, although that looks like, is that the 36 of Cade McCumber there on the outside of row 2, which it should be. But, boy, Brown's there in 3rd, so Love is on the front row. Brown is on the 2nd row. That gives Love a little bit of an advantage, especially coming in with that 9-point lead. She's going to have to take advantage of that early, Tim.
Well, it looks much better. Much better for this time. 2 by 2 start. Watching the flag man, Chris, on the start dock.
All right, waiting for Jet Ski Jared to pull off. He's checking. They look like they're in a good 2 by 2 formation. He pulls off. Now we're going to look down to the start dock.
Here we go.
He drops the flag, and we are underway with Cressy and the 24 of Love out front. Oh, boy, the 36 of Cade McCumber makes a move. He swaps lanes with the 69 of Brown. Brown's in 4th here in the finals, and he's got to find a way to get all the way around not only the 77 of Cressy, but he's got to get around the 24 of Love, or she's going to be your series champion.
Well, he's got to stay on the outside, keep his corner speed up. He needs to do what he can quickly to get by Jackson.
There's the 24 of Addie Love.
I mean, she's rolling out front now.
And she was turning well this morning. Can she do more of that here and avoid any of the costly mistakes in this Talent Cup? Because just like in Formula Lights, Tim, the speeds are a little bit slower, so any mistake is magnified because it's so much harder to get back up to full power and on plane here in these Talent Cup boats.
It is. It very is. 15 horsepower motors on these, so top speed is around 40 miles an hour.
And, you know, it's funny, we say top speed's only 40 miles an hour, but go do 40 miles an hour in your pontoon boat or your fishing boat back home. And it's a good little run there. But the 69 of Brown's able to finally clear the 36 of Cade McCumber. Now he's on the hunt for the 77 of Jackson Cressy here in this 5-lap final. 4 laps to go. Brown's got to continue to push hard if he wants to close that gap. Addie Love out in front cruising. Nice turn there. Now, watch out. The 77 of Cressy got a little wide. That's going to be good for the 69 of Brown. Look at, he goes through the wake, and he's going to come up on the 77 of Cressy here in just a moment if he can keep that thing rolling wide open.
He definitely has speed.
The question is, he just had such a rough start. He did not hit the start well. He was on the 2nd row, so he's got to make sure. Boy,
go to the inside, that boy.
There we go. He cuts
all
down
right,
to the inside.
Excellent turn right
now
there.
He's got to track down the 24 of Addie Love.
Now
He's only got 3 laps to do it. And boy, watch out. Oh, look out, Addie Love. She gets wild coming down the back straightaway, hitting some swells coming up from the currents here on the Mississippi River, Tim. That almost cost her.
Well, she's set up for high speed, and Logan's set up for rough water.
Oh, watch out there. The 77 of Cressy almost tags the back of the 69 of Brown, but we got a dogfight on our hands here, Tim, as he's only 3 boat lengths behind the 24 of Addie Love is the 69 of Luke Brown.
Okay, Luke.
He's only half a second
Get in there
behind.
again. Get in there again. He's got to make the time up in the corners.
Oh, what a great turn there by Brown.
What a great turn. He's got to run on her.
They're side by side coming down the back straightaway with just 2 laps to go. It's Brown on the inside. It's Love on the outside. It's Texas versus California. Can Addie hang on as she runs up the outside line? It's going to be big in this corner.
He's got position on her.
But can he hold the corner without bogging down? Oh, what a great turn there by the 69 of Luke Brown. There's the white flag is out. Can Brown hang on now? He went from worst to first here in this final. What an amazing run.
Addie's not giving up, though. She's coming back. She's on the outside. She's going to try and do the same thing to him.
Exactly. I was just about to say, she's got to flip the script on the 69 of Brown. He's going to sweep in. She's got to dive it in hard into the corner.
He went too tight. She couldn't get in there.
And that was a smart play by Brown because he knew hey, if I did it to her, she's going to try to do it to me. So he kept himself a little bit tighter. What a great run right now as this young driver out of Richmond, Texas is continuing to push hard. It's the final lap. It's to crown a champion in the series. It's a crown a champion here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals and Talent Cup as he comes off of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, winning the inaugural Talent Cup Series Championship.
Look how excited
and
he
your
is.
Alton Powerboat Nationals, number 69, Mr. Luke Brown.
Everybody. Addie comes in second.
A valiant
Had
effort
a
by the 24
fantastic season she
of
did.
Addie Love. She's in second there. And then the 77 of Jackson Cressy is able to round out the field here. A pretty solid schedule. He didn't run all the races.
He didn't run all of them.
but
He would have been in there too.
if he would have been able to get into a couple of all the rounds, I think it would have been a 3-horse battle. But boy, what a great run by Luke Brown. He started fourth here in the final because he had a DNF in heat number 1. He won heat 2, but he had no points in heat 1, so he had to start fourth and went all the way from worst to first to be not only your Alton Powerboat Nationals champion here in Talent Cup, but a series champion as well. I have a feeling we're going to see an ear-to-ear grin out of that young man for the rest of the day.
He doesn't talk a lot, but I can imagine he's going to talk a little bit after this. Race.
The swagger will be there in the Outlaw F1 pits tonight for the 69 of Luke Brown. That is for sure. And you know who
he did a great job.
You know who's more excited than anybody in that Outlaw F1 pits? None other than Cole Wearing. Cole and Luke are kindred spirits. They just click with one another. Cole's done a ton to help him. Not like the whole Outlaw F1 team doesn't all help each other. But for
they've taught him a lot.
Yeah, they have, and he put it to good use here. He had a fantastic once he got through those gremlins that caused him to go dead in the water in round 1. He has been on a tear ever since, Tim.
What a drive, though. He came from the back of the pack to win it.
Yeah, let's take a look at a recap there of the Talent Cup final. You can see there's Brown on the inside of row 2. And the 24 of Addie Love, she's got pole position. So Brown had a tall order as he continued to push. First, he had to get by the 36 of Cade McCumber. McCumber cut in front of him and forced him to swap lanes early on. He finally gets around him early, and then he laid chase on those top 2 boats, the 77 of Cressy and the 24 of Addie Love. And for a while there, Tim, I thought Addie Love had it in cruise control, man. She was boogieing and looked really good, but boy, Brown just found another gear.
The turns were the difference. They were about the, you
and
see
that
where
right there.
Addie got real high there, and that could have affected the rest of her race.
Yeah, and I think that was outside of the turns, if there was anything on the straightaway, it was that one there that cost the 24 of Addie Love. But then Luke Brown got around her on a great couple of corners in a row, fended her off, and ran that all the way through the checkered flag. And you could see the excitement gleaming through that face mask there for the 69 of Luke Brown.
That's how we want to start the finals right there.
Absolutely. And the next final is going to be just the same.
It's going to be a knockdown drag out in this Formula Lights final.
Absolutely, because the 01 of Jake McKee finished 6th there, Tim, in qualifying heat number 3. The 77 of Daniel Trozen was the winner in qualifying heat number 3. He really ran away with it. But the 21 of Mendana was able to get up into second. He closed that gap and chunked out a bunch of points against the 01 of McKee. It is going to come down to the wire here in this final, especially if Mendana can get out early and run away from the field and try to find that magic spot, number 1, here in this triple points final over all the qualifying heats. So they get 3 times the points here in the finals they do in any of the qualifying heats. 50 points for first place in qualifying heats 1, 2, and 3. 150 points for first place in the final. And boy, the pressure is really on the 01 of Jake McKee because Love and Mendana have been coming for him, and he's got a bit of a buffer, but he's still got to make sure that he runs a really good race. All right, well, we've got all right, well, hey, ladies and gentlemen, here in Alton, don't forget to swing down. Say hi to Debbie, the official IHRA merchandise tent. We've got some great food vendors over here on the west end of the park. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the Formula Lights final, crowning a champion at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, but also crowning a series champion here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn bowl filled. Get your ice cold beverage. We'll be right back with more racing after.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
And welcome back to Alton, Illinois. We do have now our winner, and we've been sitting here talking, and you're like, you know what? I don't care what I race. I like boats, but anything that I want to race, I just want to get a checkered flag, and that's exactly what you did. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was fun. We got to race a lot of rough. I ran out on gas on my first heat, which didn't do so good. I went down in points for the series, but then I came back, got some points, and won the final.
You mentioned the gas, but it wasn't just your boat. What else ran out of gas?
My four-wheeler ran out of gas on the side of the road before this race.
So I guess it all came back and it helped you out. I asked you, where are you going to put the checkered flag? I said, fireplace, in the family living room. You said, no, where's it going?
In my room.
Exactly. And you want to race anything. It doesn't matter if it's just a boat, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you looking forward to next? What's going to be your next goal that you want to accomplish?
Race 45s and beat Jack Schubert, and also do tri-hole and beat Mullet.
All right, see, he's got a couple of folks on his radar that he's definitely going to take a win from. So look out for this up-and-coming star. Congratulations once again, guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic.
That it is. Hey, it's amazing the juice you get from a checkered flag in hand, and boy, it looks like Jack Schubert's got his hands full in the next couple of years. It sounds like Luke Brown's coming for him, and it looks like John's down there chatting with Luke. Pretty proud moment. John has done a lot with Luke and helping him get that boat ready. And boy, everybody down at Sport Marine, it's just a big, giant family. Whether you're blood related or not, it doesn't matter. They are one big family down there in Southeast Texas, aren't they, Tim?
Oh my gosh, and his mom sure is proud. So he did a great job. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better than that. And he's a good boy.
Absolutely, and he's going to have a great rest of his trip back home to Texas tomorrow. That is for sure, with that checkered flag in hand. What a great way to put a cherry on top for the season for the 69 of Luke Brown. He's got to go back to school here in probably 2-3 weeks. So he's going to have a great story to go back to school with, that he was a national champion on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series in Talent Cup.
It makes the ride home a lot easier.
It does. And only one of the drivers here is probably going to have the easiest ride home possible after this race, because we've got a stacked final, Tim, here in Formula Lights. It is going to be an unbelievable race, and I'm just excited to see who's going to come out on top, because, yes, the 01 of Jake McKee does have a decent lead coming into this final, but he's starting 5th, and these are triple the points. And again, it could be very difficult for the 01 of Jake McKee to hang on. If anything happens to him in this final, he has got to run his perfect, clean race, whatever that is, but he's got to finish, and he's got to probably finish in the top 5 or 6, especially if the 21 of Mendana is able to run from pole position all the way out to the checkered flag here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals.
Well, Jake has always gotten good starts this year, so if he gets a good start, runs it clean through the first turn, I think he'll be fine. And Jose, there's only one position he can finish, and that's in first, to give himself a shot.
Right, and I think it's really much more on the 01 of Jake McKee than it is on anybody else. Take a look at these point standings. 106 back after Heat 3. 106 back is Mendana. Love falls back to 131 points back. They, a very outside chance for her, but more than anything, it's the 21 of Mendana Jr. All he can do is go out and drive his race. He's on pole, Tim, and he's just got to, see what happens out there. It's really, the pressure is on Jake McKee to not make mistakes. He's got to run a clean race. And sometimes when you have the mentality of somebody like Jake McKee who just hates losing, it's hard to not stick your nose in there sometimes, even though that's probably the best course of action when you've got a nice little lead like he does here coming into the final.
Well, there's been some tight competition leading up to the final this weekend here in Alton. So I don't see why that would be anything different for the final.
It's it describes the entire season, really.
Yeah, but you know, they have to carry over twice the fuel load for the final. That means the props start different. The trim angle's got to be different for the start. So they've got to make these adjustments to go from a heat race to a final. And it's all those small, crucial adjustments that make the difference.
Now, this is obviously something that you had to deal with throughout your career as well, right? Twice the fuel load in the bigger finals. When you went out for hot laps, is there any gaming that goes on by drivers where you like try to find a spot on the course where you can punch it like you're coming off the dock to see, you know, was my angle from yesterday going to work the same with this heavier fuel load? Is it something you ever saw drivers do?
There's some guys that do that just to make sure it's going to start right, but if you don't know your setup by now, it's a little late.
That's fair. Let's take a look at our lineups here for the final here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Altmai's Community Federal Credit Union. On pole, the man they call the Tampa Terror, running for Mike Scott Plumbing, the number 21 of Jose Mendana Jr.
Jared Wallach won the first heat, looks strong. He's going to start in second.
And he's going to be, that's a tall order. He's a hard-nosed driver, that's for sure. Third off the dock, the man in his first race of the year after a big wreck to end the 2025 season, the man from Trenton, Michigan, the 77 of Daniel Trozen, coming third.
Shelby Love starting in third and fourth, starting in fourth, which is a good position for her. She likes the outside. She's still going to be on the first flag inside the gate, so she's in good shape.
Yeah, and fifth, and he's happy he's in fifth, not sixth for sure, is the 01 of Jake McKee, because he's the last boat on the first gate on the first flag. So in a decent position, he's got a 106-point lead coming in. He's starting fifth. He's going to have to make some moves, but more than anything, run a really clean race.
Jack Schubert got his boat running good finally this weekend, so he's got a great spot to start in sixth, and he's going to be the first guy on the outside gate, so we'll see what Jack can do.
And he wouldn't mind playing spoiler either and trying to find his way on the podium here in this final here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, coming sixth. Seventh is this 93 of Briston Sherman, fast down the straightaways. If he can figure out the corners here, he might be dangerous to jump up on a podium and give a run at these top drivers here as well, as he starts seventh.
That's right. James Klein, you know, he's a partial schedule this year, but he's looking good this weekend.
And then the 82 of Colby Crook, the college golfer, had to interrupt it a couple of rounds as well. Partial schedule due to his college golf commitments. He starts ninth. And then the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, rounding out the 10th position and all the boats that are going on the first flag. Rounding out the field, the 6 of Carissa Saddle looks like she gets rookie status lifted finally here in 2026. She's going to race where she qualified, which is 11th, ahead of the 52 of Dumford. He had that gnarly wreck yesterday, and boy, a little bit off the pace in Heat 3. And then rounding out the field, the 26 of Steve Lee and the 11 of RJ West, and then experimental APX 4-stroke 60 Clover Eagle.
Well, let's hope Steve Lee got his mechanicals fixed for the final.
All right, looks like we've got all the drivers lined up. Boy, that couldn't have been more perfect rolling through the starting lineup, Tim. We're coming up on the 1 minute gun, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crown a champion. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the Tampa Terror control this race from pole position and find a way to win the final round of the season and put himself with a chance to win the championship? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 69 of Jared Wallach in that Latitude Dispensaries Peterson Racing Machine? Can he come off the dock and snatch victory from Mendana? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then you got the 77 of Trosen. He's been scary fast. Then there's Shelby Love. Don't forget about Jake McKee. He's trying to hang on to a series lead. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. We got the rest of the field like James Klein, Ashton Caffarelli, and the rest of the Formula Light drivers. How about we crown an Alton Powerboat Nationals and an IHRA Formula Light Series champion? 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag. They come off the dock. Who's going to get jumped? Briston Sherman gets a good jump. And look at the 69 of Wallach. Now remember, Tim, the 21 of Mendana seems to get better as the race goes on, but boy, Wallach just shot out of a cannon.
Wallach's gone.
McKee on the outside of the 24 Love. Trozen looks like he got squeezed pretty bad there. He had to shuffle back, and he's probably going to fall from 3rd to 5th once they get down in that corner. Let's see what happens down at the far east end of the course. Looks like everybody almost gets to go. Oh boy, Jack Schubert almost gets together with the 77 of Trozen, but looks like everybody is able to get
Everybody's
clear.
through the first turn, so that part's great.
Boy, and Wallig is strolling. Look, here comes the 01 of Jake McKee up into 3rd, flying
He's
wide
not
to the
laying
outside.
down.
He can't do it, Tim. It's just not in him.
Nope. He's going for it.
Oh boy, he hit into the 24 of Love, almost tag. He's on the outside hip of Mendana, but boy, the 69 of Wallach is just leaving him in the dust right now, Tim. Just a cannon off the dock, and now he's got about a 15 boat length lead here early in this 14 minutes plus 1 lap final here in Formula Lights. He's looking to say, hey guys, I may have not made all the races in 2026, but we know who the fastest boat out there is.
Well, Jake got ahead of Shelby.
He's up into 3rd.
He's up into 3rd. He's sitting in a perfect spot. Dan Trozen.
He's there in 5th.
Back in 5th place, running good, and Briston and Jack duking it out.
We'll stay with the 01 of McKee as he tries to pull away from Love and find a way to hunt down the 21 of Mendana. You see Mendana flash to the screen there to the left. Check us out. If you're not here at all and you want to see some unbelievable overhead views, go to our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, and check out the IHRA live stream here for the final round of 2026 as we go overhead with the 12 of Jack Schubert. He's getting away from the 82 of Colby Crook, but he can't find a way to get around the 93 of Briston Sherman. There you see our leader is all the way back off at turn 2, almost completely out of screen there from that overhead shot. Now we go in tight with the 69 of Wallach in that Peterson Racing Machine. He is just screaming fast, getting by our first lap boat, that experimental Clover Eagle with the number 11 of RJ West. But boy, I don't know if anybody's going to have an answer for him until we get to those back marker stage of the race here, Tim.
You know, this is how he looked in the first heat race this weekend, and he never looked that strong afterwards. But he sure does right now. He's got that thing on rails.
Well, maybe he was just holding back a little. You know, sometimes you don't want to show your cards till they don't have a way to counter them, right? And boy, he sure did that here today as he is out cruising in front. Mendana's starting to pull a little bit away from McKee. It doesn't look like Love can hang with McKee here in the final either, Tim.
They've kind of got their positions right now. They're kind of settled in, but let's wait until what happens when the race goes on, because normally the 21 gets stronger as the race goes on.
And he's so good getting in and out of traffic in those back markers. There's probably nobody better on the course right now of weaving through back traffic than the 21 of Mendana, and that's what he's hoping is that, hey, you know, Wallach probably not as good going through markers, so if I can pick up a second or two here in this midsection of the lap and just try to get it down to a few boat lengths. He's just looking for an opportunity come the last handful of laps to make one move or two and try to snatch it away from the 69 of Wallach.
That's right. It's not going to happen all at once.
No.
You're going to have to keep chipping away and chipping away.
Well, and if you know Jose Mendana, he's such a mild-mannered, calm, cool, and collected person. Now, when he's in the cockpit, right? Now, he'll get fiery when he gets off the water, but I think, you know, he's an accountant by trade, right? He's a CFO at a beer distributor down in Florida, and so he's very meticulous, and so he understands how to methodically plot his way around the course, and I think it's one of the biggest benefits he has over his competitors. He doesn't ever worry about having to chunk off too much at once.
Jared Wallach in the 69 starting to come up on a group of back traffic, so this could hold him up a little bit and give Madonna an opportunity to make some headway on catching him.
Yeah, especially if he gets pinned to the inside here, depending as he comes up on the 6 of Saddles. They go through turn number 2. Saddle now moves. She does move to the outside. But as they go down into turn number 3, he's going to be coming up on her. Let's see what's going to happen as Saddle. Nope, she smartly goes way wide to the outside, lets the 69 of Wallach through. But it's amazing how it can really come down to timing. When you reach the back marker, is it on a straightaway? I mean, everybody would love to get up side by side with the back marker at the beginning of a straightaway, but that just doesn't always happen.
Well, and what you can't do is put yourself in the bad position at the end of the straightaway, because you don't know if you're going to get chopped off by them going into a corner, or if they're going to stay outside. You just really never know, so you got to be careful where you put yourself.
Oh no, looks like the 52 of Addison Dumford has more problems creeping up from that big wreck yesterday as he goes dead in the water. Oh boy, looks like this. Oh, look at the 24 of Shelby Love is getting by. the 01 of Jake McKee. She passed him coming down through turn number 2. What a move by the young driver out of California. Boy, teammates slugging it out there, Tim, here on the Mississippi.
I know there's been a couple teammates. The 24 and the 01 are teammates, race out of the same pits. And then you got the 93 and the 12 out of the same pits as well.
And then we got also the Mike Scott Plumbing two-boat team of Lee and Mendana. Unfortunately,
that's right.
Lee a little bit further back. All he can do right now is just make sure if his teammate comes up on him to let him roll right through.
Well, their leaders are working their way through back traffic. Right now you see number 91. Where's Klein at? 91's going up the inside. He took a bad hop going into turn 3, and it allowed...
And he's coming off too, but look at how wide, you know, if we track just behind the 91 of Klein, Mendana is out there in like lane 5. He wants to make darn sure nobody puts wash anywhere near the underside of that tunnel or hitting his propeller. He wants maximum speed, but now he had to dive to the inside there, and now I have to jump back out to Klein, but he was able to get by the 6 of Saddle pretty quickly, and I think that gap is shrinking a little bit. We're going to have to check lap times here in this Formula Light main event. We've got 9 minutes even, plus 1 lap remaining. A lot of time remaining. So let's see here. The 69 of Wallach and the 21 of Mendana are in a 6.7 second gap. So mark that, Tim. Let's see what happens here over the next couple of laps. 6.7 seconds. But, you know, the 91 of Klein, as we stay with the 69 of Wallach off screen there, the 91 of Klein is really giving fits to the 21 of Mendana. Now he's finally getting the outside there as they hit some rollers and get by him, but that probably took a third of a lap longer than the 21 of Mendana really wanted to get by the 91 of Klein, and those are the things that he just can't afford today, Tim.
No, he can't. He's got to get past him quickly and cleanly. Here's a battle for 6th place, though. The number 93 and his teammate, Jack Schubert, in the 12.
And the 69 of Wallach gets real close there with the 82 of Colby Crook as he puts him a lap down. And now they're trying to go back. He's trying to hunt down the 26 of Steve Lee, who's clearly down on power. He's moving way wide to the outside, out in lane 9 or 10, I would say. But boy, Mendana is trying. Let's see, it was 6.7 seconds. Now it's down to 5.4, Tim.
Yep.
So he got a second there. If he can get a second every lap, we are going to have a drag race at the end of this Formula Lights final as the clouds start to roll in here and throw some, a wind picks up and throws a little wrench in things here in the back half of this Formula Light final. Oh no, looks like we got a replay coming up here.
Briston spun it.
We're going to go box in box. Take a look at what happened to the 93 of Sherman. He's coming down there fighting with the 12 of Jack Schubert. And he just spins it out.
Spins it out.
And look at, how about Schubert, though, avoiding him. What a great move there by the 12 of Jack Schubert. And now...
Jack. Well, you got the 69 of Wallach, and he's got some... He gets past Sherman. He's got some open water, so he'll be able to do what he wants then.
Sherman now goes out of lane 4. He knows he can't go too tight in there because it just cost him on the last lap.
Well, it's getting rough in turn 3.
Yeah, it is.
You see all the boats are bouncing.
Now the 12 of Jack Schubert trying to hang on to 5th. That could be his best finish in a final, I believe. Oh no, looks like the Clover Eagle is done for the afternoon. Boy, it's a good thing it's an experimental boat because it has been an uphill battle so far, but I talked to RJ yesterday. We're making headway with that package, hoping to debut it at some point, but just not quite there yet.
No, and it's getting there slowly. We'll keep working on it. You know, turn 3 is getting rougher and rougher, and what these guys need to do is they need to trim it down a hair earlier now, settle the boat so it's not popping off the water as they get to the corner.
And we watch here the 3rd place boat, the 24 of Shelby Love, as she makes her way down into that turn 3. Let's see if she's able to do that. Nice flat slide wide out of the turn, trying to keep her RPMs up because she keeps losing ground to the 21 of Mendana. And Mendana is just on a tear. As we go back now, again, remember a couple of laps ago it was 5.4. Now it's 5.22 seconds. So a little bit of ground gain, but probably not as much as Mendana wanted here, but they're on the same straightaway still. Can Mendana track him down as that fuel load lightens and that blue and white Hoffman gets scary fast?
That's when that thing comes alive. Once he gets down on fuel, that thing starts to come alive. And we got a good race going on.
And we got our leader, the 69 of Wallach. He's now coming into more back markers as he's trying to fight. The 12 of Jack Schubert is not going to be an easy boat to get around for the 69 of Wallach. He's fighting for his best finish. and he's staying down in lane 1. Wallach's going to have to go wide to the outside and try to go the long way around the 12 of Jack Schubert. That could allow the 21 of Mendana to really gain some ground here over the next couple of laps, Tim.
Jake McKee's getting held up by Caffarelli, and it's allowing Dan Trozen to pull up on him.
Yeah, Trozen's really close. Same with the 12 of Schubert. That, you know, that 4th, 5th, and 6th position, they are all bang, bang, bang right there.
As the leader comes up to that battle.
And that is not what the 6th leader of Wallach wants at all.
They're not going to move over for him because they're racing themselves for position.
And it looks like Mendana has gained now a little more ground, but Wallach dives down to the inside off of turn 1, trying to run up the inside off of Trozen. Look at him run inside of, oh no, that's Schubert. He's got it. Schubert has to lead the lane. But now Schubert's got more RPMs coming off of turn number 2 as they drag race side by side down to turn number 3. Can Wallach get by him? 1 down, 2 more to go as those 3 boats battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Wallach is able to get by him coming out of the turn, but Mendana is right there, Tim.
That's right. He's catching
right
up more
there.
and more.
But, all right, they cross the start-finish line, heading back down to turn 1. Wallach has been out in front, but I bet you we're under 3 seconds here, Tim. 3.11.
Yep.
We are right there, and we've got 4 minutes left, plus 1 lap. Boy, this is almost playing out perfectly. If I'm Jose Mendana, I'm going to be there with probably a couple of laps to go, and I'm going to get my shot. And as a driver, really all you can ask for is the opportunity. What you do with it is really up to you and the conditions out there on the water.
Jared Wallach had to slow down because Dan Trozen put it on the inside lane. He's doing it again.
We're now 1.8
and that's
seconds
slowing
down.
Him down, allowing Madonna in the 21 to catch up.
And this is where we talk about, right, being in that second place position sometimes is the best place to be when you get to the latter stages of a final, because the leader pulls
he buried it. There goes Madonna for the lead.
Mendana wide to the
outside. Side by side.
They're pushing hard down into turn number 3. Looks like Wallach was able to collect it fairly well. Now it's going to be dependent on where Trozen goes. But hey, Mendana's like, that's cool, man. I'll just go to the outside.
Jose is in the perfect position because that way he won't get held up. Oh, Dan hits the buoy, but it doesn't dislodge it.
We have the toughest buoys in all of powerboat racing, by the way. I'll just let everybody know that.
Battle
but it is
for first and second.
Wallach's on the inside there. Mendana on the outside, but between them is Trozen, who has been a thorn in the side of the 69 of Wallach. He just hasn't been able to get around him. He's been behind him for 4 laps now.
So it's the 69 in first place, the red boat, the blue boat with the fluorescent orange 21 second place.
And it is just a couple of boat lengths between them as they go down into turn number 1, under 3 minutes. 2 minutes 11 seconds or 18 seconds left, plus 1 lap in this final.
Oh, that's great. It's under 1 second.
0.6 seconds separate Wallach and Mendana as they go deck to deck, pushing each other to the limit.
Jose needs to go inside.
Powerboat Nationals.
Jose needs to go inside.
Trozen finally moved over, and Wallach took the jump. Here he goes. He goes down to the inside.
Otherwise, he was going to get held up by the 77.
Yeah, he knew that the 77 had relinquished that spot, and so a smart move by a veteran to keep that gap tight as they now get up on the 01 of Jake McKee, who's going to be even harder for the 69 of Wallach to get around.
That's a big group they're coming up on.
Yeah, it is. 24 of Shelby Love still hanging out there in third.
Jared is hugging the inside today, which he normally was inside-outside before. Jose is right on his transom.
Now Jose might have to go way wide to the outside, but he likes that outside line. Here we go.
That's where he wants to be.
Coming up the outside, they go deck to deck down the front straightaway. It's Mendana on the outside. And look at the 01 of Jake McKee is way off the speed. Now they're going to go 3 wide the corner. Wallach just sticks it in there. He doesn't have a choice. It's either stick it in there or he's going to be back down into second place in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Mendana had him there, but McKee was just the blocker in the way that didn't allow Mendana to do what he needed to do.
Hey, it ain't over yet.
Not by a long shot.
It's not. Under a minute to go, and everything comes down to this.
We probably got 3-lap dash for cash here between the 21 of Mendana and the 69 of Wallach.
Bunch of lappers. Jose's in a good position out there.
Man, he loves that sweep off of turn 3, and he does it beautifully. Now will he dive underneath? Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, no, what happened? Mendana got down on power, and McKee gets back around him.
I don't think he could see.
Something had to have happened because that was very uncharacteristic of the 21 of Mendana. And now Wallach's got a little breathing room with 2 laps to go. Mendana's going to have to put the foot on the gas.
Jose needs to go back into lane 1. He needs to go tight.
All right, we're going to take a look at a replay. Let's see what happened with the 21 of Mendana. He goes way wide, and then he just gets up into the spray of multiple boats. And yeah, I think, Tim, he was just blinded now as we're on the final lap. Can Wallach hang on as Mendana dives down to the inside, now has to cross to the outside as he got on turn number 1, down to turn 2 on the backstretch.
They've got enough room. Maybe the lappers won't get in the way.
Mendana's staying on his outside hip. Now, does he dive down to the inside there, Tim?
No.
Mendana's on the inside of Wallach. What's going to happen?
But he's going to go tight on the pin.
Oh, and Wallach comes out of turn number 4. Mendana goes down to the inside. We got a drag race to the finish, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the Alton Powerboat Nationals, number 69, Jared Wallach. Right behind him, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. And then I believe it is the 24 of Shelby Love who's going to come around here and finish in 3rd. Then the 01 of Jake McKee in 4th. The 77 of Daniel Trozen in 5th. And the 12 of Jack Schubert rounding out the top 6 here. But boy, what a drag race to the finish between the 21 of Mendana and the 69 of Wallach. That is a hell of a way to finish the 2026 season.
You know, that just shows you how big of a deal it is with the lap traffic.
Absolutely. Lap traffic can be your best friend or your worst nightmare here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. And it was the best friend of the 69 of Jared Wallach there at the end, as he made a fantastic move down into turn number 1. Forced the 21 of Mendana have to go wide. He got doused down, couldn't see anything, had to back off so he didn't run into somebody. And that was what sealed the deal for the 69 of Jared Wallach. What a fantastic run for the Redondo Beach, California native, running for Latitude Dispensaries and Peterson Racing, team out of Arizona, now originally from the great state of Minnesota. The Petersons have a really, really good package and a really solid driver with the 69 of Wallach. And boy, what a great run. That's 2 wins, I think, out of the 3 or 4 races this year. So not a bad winning percentage for the 69 of Jared Wallach. He's pumped. Fist is going, as that was an absolute dogfight between him and the 21 of Mendana. You know that he gave it every ounce he had in that Formula Light final to be able to come out victorious here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, coming up next, we've got the Tri-Hulls that are going to be out on the water. It's Cole Waring coming in with a 48-point lead. Man, maybe even less than that after qualifying heat number 3. That was after yesterday's 2 qualifying heats. It's the 69 of Waring, the 17 of Marsh, and the 37 of Mason Rinker doing battle. But right now, the man who with the checkered flag in hand is going to unfurl it and float it above his head with gusto and confidence, and he deserved it because that was a hell of a run by the 69 of Jared Wallach. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time here in Alton. Your winner of the Alton Powerboat Nationals Formula Lights Division here in 2026 out of Redondo Beach, California, number 69, Jared Wallach.
Great race. Held on.
What a fantastic
job. Jose got all the way to his transom. Couldn't see going in there. Maybe took a shot of water where it bogged it just for a second, and that's all it took.
Yeah, and you know that as soon as that happened, Jose was like, oh, that was it. That was my shot. He really needed, and kudos to Wallach, right? I think Wallach probably realized, hey, if I stay out in lane 2, Mendana's just behind me. He's going to try to dive down underneath. And so Wallach kind of held it in like lane 1.5, and it kind of forced everybody to push Mendana wider than he wanted. And this is the result of it, a 9/10 of a second win over the 21 of Mendana for the 69 of Wallach, bringing some well-deserved hardware, and hopefully we see him full-time in 27 because he could be a force to be reckoned with next year.
Yeah, he's got that Hoffman dialed in. Great race. He's gotten stronger as the year's going on, so it's very good. We're going to see if we can get Jared turned around, come back to the start dock so we can get an interview with him. And then we also have Jake McKee down there, who's going to be your champion.
Yeah, and boy, he fought hard, and it was a tough one for McKee, but he hung on. And, that's why you put yourself in that position. Yeah, let's take a look at this recap here Wallach just shot out of a cannon, and Mendana got a good start, right? And he hasn't necessarily had great starts with that Hoffman, but he got a really good start. But Wallach had about as perfect a start as you can have in Formula Lights.
Oh yeah, that was a great start. Great run up the first straightaway.
And look at him, he's so gone that you didn't think, but then you forget it's a longer race, right? I got back markers.
Last traffic.
And then there were so many battles all over the course. You saw Sherman and Schubert battling, right? I think I saw Saddle and Crook and Caffarelli doing battle. Klein got into that mix in that mid-pack, and that just made it difficult. Now, how he didn't pop that is beyond me now. It doesn't look deflated now, so he may have gotten lucky there. Sherman spins out.
Sherman spins it out. Let his teammate by.
And you know Jack is going to be rubbing that in his face all the way back to Texas.
All the way till next year.
Yeah, fair. But then Mendana went to work, and he was so
he got
close.
Hung out. That's where he got hung out.
No, here's where he gets hung out. Check this out. Wallach goes in, pushes, and he just gets washed down. I don't think he just could see where he going. I mean, it's hard to turn left into a blind traffic. It's got to be really frustrating. All right, well, we're going to get our winner here from the Alton Powerboat Nationals, but with a solid fourth place finish, Sarah is down on the start dock with your Formula Lights Series champion, Mr. Jake McKee. Sarah?
Well, you're exactly right. First of all, congratulations. You said you're out of breath after that one, so kind of walk us through, if you could, what exactly happened out there this afternoon, and once again, congratulations.
Why, thank you. Yeah, well, we got a decent start off the dock, had a good run. The moment I got out of the first F1 turn, I lost all trim. So I was running that thing with just my foot. Luckily, I was at like a parallel position, so it was still raceable, but yeah, that took so much out of me. I even think my power steering went out, and I had to kind of drive the boat like a man.
And how different it was yesterday compared to today. Just a little bit here in Alton, you know, choppy yesterday, some wind. Now I got a little bit of cloud coverage, not as much wind. So two different types of racing styles out there for you guys.
Yeah, 100%. Yesterday was really rough with the wind, but today was rough in its own aspect. With the clouds, it's hard to really read the water. So trying to go through some of those turns, you really just have to focus hard and, you know, not mess up.
Your season overall, clearly you did a job well done, but what do you take away from this season that you're going to apply to next season?
The only thing I can really take away is run consistent. That's what we did this year, and that's all we can do next year. Just show up to the dock and run solid every time. Don't try and win them all, and finish.
Anyone you want to thank? I say Mom and a couple other people out here.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'd love to say, you know, I was able to win this championship because I'm badass, but it's far from the truth. It takes such a huge team. My entire McKee Racing team, my mom, dad, James, Jarrett, and, you know, the entire Clover Racing team, Spencer, Bill, Troy, Todd, Jake, Easton, Monica, Shelby, Addie, Haley, Everly. It takes an army, and all of those people have worked on my boat, and I'm forever grateful for all of them.
Well, go enjoy it because I know they're waiting to give you some hugs. So congratulations once again.
Thank you, guys.
Here we go. Here comes your race winner, Jared Wallach, number 69.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. And once again, like you said, joined by number 69 now in a race winner here. We talked a couple of times yesterday, and you said you just got to keep fighting and tough it out there. That's what you did. How'd you feel today after that race?
Oh, man, that was a gritty one. The Mississippi was definitely providing, and you know, we just stayed consistent all weekend. You know, we got an early heat win, which was great, followed by 6. So it put us up where we needed to be in the points. Had a good third heat, and we had a great jump off the line. And, you know, I just tried my best to hold everyone off. And getting through lap traffic was tough, but, you know, it's I made true to the inside lane, even though it's not where I typically am. But, you know, for a different course, you got to do different things, and it worked out from the end.
Well, yeah, you said that, a different course, different things. How do you stay focused in a situation like this? Because we've talked to a couple of drivers about the transition from yesterday to today, also different types of race courses, things of that nature. What do you specifically focus on when you want to get things done?
I just channel my inner Ricky Bobby. You know, it's really simple, just first or last. That's kind of the mentality. So keep calm, and there might be a cougar in that car, but, you know, just go out there and keep driving.
Well, congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that sums it up right there.
Yeah.
His inner Ricky Bobby. Come on.
Hey, you know what? At least he knew what to do with his hands. That's all I'll say. But what a great run it was for Wallach. I mean, a long trip from California here to the Midwest. You know, we don't have any races on the West Coast here in 2026, so a lot of long drives for Wallach, but it seems like he doesn't mind the long drives because he's drug a lot of hardware back to Redondo Beach here in 2026 under that Peterson Racing banner. Fantastic run for him, and boy, I think likes of McKee and Mendana are probably happy that he wasn't able to make the full schedule because boy, was that boat fast.
That's for sure. You know, he showed the speed today. He showed the speed earlier this year at Port Neches. So they've got it. They need a full schedule, so that makes it even better. So for 2027.
Absolutely. All right. We are going to take a quick commercial break here and come back with more racing action as we wrap up our Tri-Hull Championship. Can Cole Wearing hang on to win his first series championship, or will Neil Marsh grab it? Could it be the 37 of Mason Rinker? They're all going to be duking it out for the final. Coming up here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, wrapping up the 2026 season. Coming up next.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days, and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month, or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Welcome to the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, Illinois is an iconic destination with something for everyone. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place where Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes region of Southwest Illinois. Your adventure awaits in the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Make your first call or text for all your marine part needs to Seaway Marine. Simmons Hanley Conroy. a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, is proud to sponsor the Alton Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at SimmonsFirm.com. Munganast Burkhead Toyota. Dear summer, ready to get your adrenaline pumping? Toyota's 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive max out the fun. So find yours and get going. Toyota, let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels victory at every turn. Welcome back, race fans. Are you ready for the finals here in Tri-Hull? Because they are, and so are we, as we got a doozy for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking to crown a champion at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. We're looking to crown a champion for this series here in Tri-Hull, Tim, and we got the updated points. 34 points back. Mason Rinker, he wins. Cole Waring goes 5th. The title goes to Rinker and back home to Spring, Texas. You know that's the last thing that the 69 of Cole Waring wants to happen here in the final.
Hey, but don't count out Neil Marsh, number 17. He's only another 9 back.
Yeah, those top 3 right there, so they're going to be slugging it out, and it's really going to depend on how well they take their starting position here in this final and run with it off the drop of the green flag here at the start.
Starting position is going to be crucial.
It will, especially considering the man who's sitting second in points, 36 points back. Well, he's your pole sitter, ladies and gentlemen, none other than the 37 of Mason Rinker as we take a look at our grid final, at our grid lineup here for the final. On the pole on the inside of row 1, the 37 of Mason Rinker. He's 35 points back, 36 points back. Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat? But he's got to watch out because the man who's got 3 titles in the last 4 seasons sitting on his hip right there on the outside of row 1, that's the man they call the dude, the number 17 of Neil Marsh. In row number 2, then we've got a surprise there in 3rd. How about that? The John Deere Green Machine, the Lone Star Sand and Gravel, number 33 of John Ottinger there, sitting in the inside of row 2, coming 3rd here in the final, Tim.
And then your series points leader, starting in 4th. I kind of like being on the outside here.
Yeah, especially when you're in that second row because you can kind of avoid the wad up that typically happens and try to ride it wide to the outside. The question is Will Waring have enough to not stick his nose in there even if he wants to?
Then you got a race winner, number 54, Darren Ware, Tanner Rinker right on the outside of him. So that is going to be a tough first couple laps.
Absolutely. Then in row number 4 on the inside there, in the 7th position, that's the 56 of Clint Dillard. And then the 26 of Briston Sherman on the outside of row 4 there, sitting in 8th here on the start for the Tri-Hull final.
Well, it's good. Wyatt Zoller got his motor all put back on. He looked good in that 3rd heat. So.
Yeah, and then Aaron Green came in 5th in points, starting 10th. He's going to have a doozy of a final if he wants to stay inside that top 5 here in the final point standings for 2026. Then rounding out the field, the 13 of Gerald Shelton, the 12 of Kenny Schlowinski, and rounding out the field, the other rookie, the 24 of Bailey Zeller-Tinker. All right, well, looks like the 26 of Sherman was the last one in. Why? Because he had to get out of a Formula Lights boat and hop directly into a Tri-Hull. He's going to be gassed at the end of the afternoon, that's for sure. But our final competitor makes his way down to the east end of the course, and then we're going to gear him up 2 by 2, running behind Jet Ski Jared, our pace jet ski here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. And then when we drop that flag, all chaos is going to break loose here on the Mississippi River. The seawall here on the north side of the river in downtown Alton is going to bathtub the water right back onto the course. You know it's going to get rough. It's going to be all about how you can get in and out of the corners here on the Mississippi.
That's right, and so far I'd have to say, number 17 has got a pretty good shot at this. But the number 37 of Mason Rinker came through the field, so.
He did, and he's sitting in that catbird seat. He's got that inside of row 1, so as long as he can get a good jump and control the narrative into turn number 1 and put himself where he wants to be, that's what's going to allow him to get out in front early. And if he can get that clean water, it's going to make it very difficult, or much more difficult, I should say, for the 17 of Neil Marsh, because he really likes to pounce on people early.
Yeah, but you can't take a chance on having somebody else hit your motor. So in a tri-hull traffic jam situation, they like to take
That's such an
motors.
eloquent way to put it, Tim.
Those guys like to hit each other's motors, so you're going to have to be careful of that.
It's funny, in the pits, it's not explained as eloquently as you just put it. There's a lot more typically expletives into what happens on the opening lap of a tri-hole heat. All right, we're ready to go. And we're getting a word from Chief Referee Doug Ray, sending it down to him, letting him know that Jared can get rolling here. We're going 2x2 rolling starts here in the final of tri-hole at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, wrapping up the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series season here on the mighty Mississippi. Who's going to be able to pull it off? Will it be the young driver out of Spring, Texas, 36 points back, but on the catbird seat in the inside of row one?
Let's see how bunched up they are this time.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting because I have a feeling those top drivers are going to be real itchy to try to stretch it out early, just to try to alleviate some of the carnage that can happen in that tri-hull traffic jam that's pretty typical down in turn one. But there's Jared out in front. He's checking them. They look good, Tim. They look really good, really tight. You're going to see that jet ski pull off. Now we're waiting for them to drop that flag. Kiefer down there on the start dock.
Green.
He drops that flag. Go, go, go. Who's going to get down to the first turn? It's going to be all about who can make it in and out of turn number one clean here on the opening lap of tri-hull final here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals.
Oh, Mason Rinker can't keep it into lane one. Neil goes on the outside, and he's rolling.
And how about that? Nice move there by Mullet as well. The 69 of Cole wearing that Burnshausen oil machine gets by the 33 of Ottinger. And they were telling me before the heat, Tim, if the 37 of Rinker were to win, Mullet had to finish fourth to retain the title. So now moving up into third and being able to kind of keep track of Mason Rinker and try to stay with him has got to be a huge help early on for the 69 of Waring.
Look at the different line that the number 17, Neil Marsh, is running from where he ran in the previous heats. He was going up the inside, parking it, pivoting, and coming out in lane one. Now he's taking a wide entry. He's taking a wide exit to keep his speed up, and that forces the guys behind him to try and cut on the inside.
Yeah, we go overhead there. The 1, 2, 3, Waring in third, Mason Rinker in second, Neil Marsh in third. Oddly enough, reverse order of where they are in the point standings for the season championship, Tim, with Marsh in third, Mason Rinker in second, and Waring in third. They've flopped positions, but Waring right now, he's just trying to drive a good, clean race, not getting in any trouble.
You know what? If I'm number 69, I'm not even trying to pass anybody. Only thing I'm going to do is try and hold that position. I'm going to win the championship.
Right, and then, boy, the 37 of Mason Rinker's getting really wild out of the corner. You can tell he's got it all on the line. He is laying it down right now because he knows if he wants to win the title, he's got to get by the 17 of Neil Marsh first. And then the rest of it is really up to how the 69 of Waring happens. So all he can do is just run his race. But, boy, he is pushing it to the limit, Tim.
He has got to get past the number 17. So that yellow number 37, he has got to get past the white and blue 17 of Neil Marsh. And it's getting rough.
It's getting rough, and they're going to start probably here in a couple, 3 laps, catch up to a lot of those back markers.
Whoa,
Look
Neil!
out, Neil Marsh. He puts it way high as, boy, it's getting more than
all
a little
of them
bit
have
rough.
coming out of there.
Yeah, that bathtub effect is just, I think it's what happened is now the bathtub effect coming off the wall is finally starting to make its way heavily back onto the course, and they've got to adjust the way they're driving down the front stretch here mid-race. 16 laps, 4 laps in here. The bathtub from bouncing off the wall came back in, and boy, it almost cost Neil Marsh there, Tim.
Wow, it is so rough right now. It's who can keep your boat in the water.
And this plays well for the 69 of Waring and holding on to that position because he does a really good job of keeping a flat attitude when it gets really, really rough out here on the Mississippi.
That's pretty tough today with all the rough water. It's tough to keep a tri-hull in the water.
Yeah, it is. And 33 of John Ottinger's, he's continuing to push hard. There's our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's going down the back straightaway, looking to go down to the east end of the course and eye up another turn here. Nice coming up on the back marker. That's the 13 of Gerald Shelton. Now we're going to go back to our series leader sitting in third. 7 seconds off the lead, the 69 of Cole Waring. Notice he is taking it nice and easy inside of those turns, Tim.
Neil gets it sideways coming down the front straight, trying to get past Sheldon before the turn, but as we keep going on, they're going to start getting up to the lappers. That's going to make a difference.
Yeah, and well, Marsh is going to get a little more of a breathing room because off camera, the 37 of Mason Rinker parked it down into turn number 1 on the west end of the course. And Marsh was able to extend that lead by a couple of boat lengths there on the backstretch.
I like what Cole Ware's doing. Right now, he is running on the outside of the course down the back straightaway. And that is a little bit smoother than running up the inside.
Boy, and you can tell he's running a smart race. There's not going to be any chances taken by the 69 of Waring, but our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, he's got to take all the chances in the world because he needs to push the narrative and push how the race is going to be run. He needs to force the issue for Rinker and for Waring. Now, he would also like to see if the 33 of John Ottinger couldn't get up there and do some battles with Waring, but he can't control that. But he's got to try to drive away from the 37 of Mason Rinker as much as he can here in this final 10.
Neil right now is not in a panic, so he doesn't have to do anything rash. He can take his time, he can think through it. All he's got to do, he's controlling the race right now. So don't get excited. Don't try and go too hard. Just keep it on the water.
And this is where the experience is huge for the 17 of Neil Marsh, right? He's won 3 titles. He's in another title fight right here. He understands what he can and cannot control, and he knows what he needs to do to keep himself in good shape here as we get through the midway point of this Tri-Hull final. Why? Because he's been there before. He understands what's necessary because he's done it before. The question is will the chips fall in his favor, or will he be just left on the outside looking in for the series championship? But still, not a bad way to finish the season, winning here at all.
No, I tell you, the guy that's got to be in a hurry is number 37. Mason Rinker, he's the guy that's got to be in a hurry. He's the guy that's got to push the envelope, because if he can't get ahead of Neil,
he knows he won't win the title.
He won't win the title.
As he's pushing, because I believe there's 12 points separate first and second place, so that 12 points is enough to close the 9-point gap between those two drivers coming in. So they're going to, as it sits right now, Waring would retain the series championship and be your winner for his first time, but Rinker would swap positions again with Marsh
back to third.
And bump back to third here where he started the weekend. All right, we got a 4-second gap over the 17 of Neil Marsh has over the 37 of Mason Rinker, and I got to give him credit. He has been hanging on for dear life, pushing it to the limit, trying to stick with the 17 of Marsh, and he just can't find a way to make up any ground. But we are starting to come up on some of the faster back markers, Tim. This could be the time of the race that Rinker really needs to ratchet down and focus and try to find a way to get by the 17 of Neil Marsh as we hit the halfway point here in the finals.
He's pulling up on him. He's inching up on him little by little, and they're coming up on a group of back markers, so that's going to be even tough. But if you're coming up on the back markers, it's nice to be the second boat, because the first boat makes the hole, and then you just follow them through.
Boy, and it doesn't look like any boat out here on the Mississippi can keep the entire thing on the water one lap around the course. It is just too rough out here on the Mississippi, and it is just hang on for dear life. Try to find and pick your spots where you can make some moves, but more than anything, boy, Tim, it seems like they're just trying to all hang on and get across the start-finish line. Oh, look out there, Gerald Shelton.
Oh, my gosh. Those guys are banging off the rub rails of each other down the front straightaway.
What a great move there by the 17 of Neil Marsh. He gets by the 24 of Bailey Tinker-Zeller and the 54 Darren Ware in one corner, Tim. And boy, that seems to be the one thing that Neil Marsh has over a lot of the other drivers. He is unbelievable in the corners. Mullet now coming down the front straightaway, 69 of Cole Waring, still sitting there in third, hanging on, knows he's in a good position. Trust me, I can assure you, he's probably got taped to the dash, Tim, all the different scenarios that could play out today and where he needs to finish. As it sits right now, he knows he's sitting there in third. He's in a good spot.
Do you think that they have time to look at anything besides what's in front of them right
even
now?
If they had time to look at it, would they be able to read it as much as they're bouncing down?
Mason's closing the gap.
That's now 2.93, so he's got a little over a second closed on the 17 of Neil Marsh. Now down to 1.8 seconds is the 17 of Marsh over the 37 of Mason Rinker. And again, this is what happens, Tim, those faster back markers as Marsh comes up on the 63 of Aaron Green. It's going to be harder for him to get around Green than it has any other boat so far. And it's not just him in the corner, so is Shelton.
Now. Look at Mason trying to stick it on the inside.
Oh boy, and he is right on his tail is the 37 of Mason Rinker. We got a battle going brewing now for first. It's the 17 of Neil Marsh. Came in third in points.
Who's going to get
Series
it?
championship.
Who's going to get the corner?
We got a half a
Follow
second
him
split
in.
between the 17 of Marsh and the 37 of Rinker. He follows him in. Can he tuck it down inside without parking it? Oh,
he
no.
rolls off the wake of Green. Now he's got to recollect himself, and he's got to go back at it.
He's got time.
Yeah, but he's got to make all that ground up again. And it's not what you're gaining. It's when you make a mistake, what you're losing.
Right, exactly. Neil's still out in front, continue to push hard, ticks off another lap now. We've got 4 laps remaining here in this trial final, 16 laps down. 69 of Cole Waring sitting back there in third, just coming off the east end of the course. He's in cruise control right now. He's got a good gap between him and the 33 of Ottinger, who's in fourth. But oh no, the 63 of Aaron Green looks like he missed a buoy. That allowed the 37 of Mason Rinker to clear that group pretty easily. And now he's going to continue to take chase here as they come around and tick off to 3 laps left. Oh, we do. So it looks like Green must have hooked or dislodged that buoy.
He did.
3 laps left. Marsh crosses the start-finish line. Oh, let's take a look at a box-in-box. The buoy got dislodged. Who was that there? As they go down into the corner, there's Rinker. Where is the A63 of Aaron Green? There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Green drives right between the buoys, and that's why you had to go back around and make up that buoy, and that's got to be frustrating for a driver who's trying to hang on to a top 5 series finish here for the 63 of Aaron
that'll
Green.
be a penalty.
That's going to be frustrating. 17 of Neil Marsh. It's getting really rough down there on the east end of the course as he goes through turn 2. Oh no, Rinker parks it down in turn 2. He parked it, Tim, and the lead grows for the 17 of Marsh as we get up onto it. 2 laps remaining here in this trial final. That had to be killer for the 37 of Mason Rinker.
That hurt his chances big time.
He's got to be really frustrated himself.
He's got 2 laps. Hey, Neil could have a bad turn in 2, and he could catch right back up.
Watch what happens here. This is what cost him there right there. He just gets in, hits a wave, bang, and that wave just slams him hard to the inside.
It bow steered, and when it did,
it just hooks the nose.
Yep, hooks the nose, bow steers. That was it.
All right, here we go. White flag is out for the 17 of Neil Marsh. Can he hang on to win here in Alton? And to keep it close, the 69 of Cole Waring is still sitting back there in third. And he's got a good cushion.
That's right where he wants to be.
He's got a good cushion over the 33 of John Ottinger. So he's just going to chill there as the 17 of Neil Marsh, who continues to push down the back straightaway. A great way to finish up the season. He struggled early on. That's probably what's going to, he knows that's what cost him the series championship, but boy, what a heck of a way to finish back-to-back wins here. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 2026 Tri-Hall Alton Powerboat Nationals out of Hemlock, Michigan, number 17, Mr. Neil Marsh.
Great run by Neil, great run by Mason, but the guy that did what he had to do, number 69, wins a championship.
There we go, the fist pump. That's probably the biggest fist pump he'll ever have for a third-place finish, but on the
Look how
podium
excited
here.
he is.
On the podium
awesome.
here in Alton, and hangs on by a thread, Tim, to that series championship. Boy, I bet you it's down to what, probably 12 points is where it's going to finish out. 10, 12 points between first and second. Less than 20 from first to third. What a heck of a way to finish it there.
Well,
look at Neil Marsh. He's letting him know, hey, you got the belt wearing, but hey, I got the hardware here in Alton. Nobody could be happier for the 69 of Cole Waring than the 17 of Neil Marsh. He loves competitors like Cole Waring. Look at how excited he is.
That's awesome.
It's a lot of hard work in a lot of years. You remember in Grand, Oklahoma, 3 years ago,
first time he ever podium.
he pulled up to the dock and they're like, hey man, you got third. He's like, no way. That's not possible. There's absolutely no way I'm on the podium. And he was as starstruck as I have ever seen a driver when we handed him that third place trophy. Fast forward 3 years, a ton of hard work, a ton of work in the shop in the off season. And man, Cole Waring's your series champion. But let's take a look at this finish by the 17 of Neil Marsh to win here in Alton at the Powerboat Nationals. He comes off of turn number 2. Just that wide line, he liked it here in the final. He knew it was going to get rough. He knew it was going to get bathed up, and he had to stay in control. Tim, and he did that like the pro that he is.
Well, he runs that wide line, and when he does, instead of going down parallel with the river, he's kind of going across the wave, all the waves diagonally, and it's a little smoother like that. So that's a great job by Neil right there.
All right, he's got checkered flag in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Your 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series Texas Tri-Hull Alton Powerboat Nationals champion, none other than the man from Hemlock, Michigan, the number 17 of Neil Marsh.
Mason Brinker coming in second, did everything he could possibly do. You know, it just Neil was too strong today, and that may have flip-flopped them in the overall year-end series points. We gotta check on that though.
But it's going to be tight, man. Boy, super
it's
tight.
Be very close.
When I think 1-2, I believe the gap from first to second is 12 points in the final. They were 9 points separating the two coming in, so I think Marsh may leapfrog, if my math is correct. He may leapfrog the 37 of Mason Rinker and move up into second in the series standings.
We'll wait until the official scores give us that information. But one thing for sure, number 69, he's the guy that won it all.
All right, let's take a look at these unofficial results here for the final at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. Your winner again with 4-second lead is the 17 of Neil Marsh, and it's the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 69 of Cole Waring. In fourth, the 33 of John Ottinger, his best finish of the season. The 10 of Tanner Rinker goes top 5. Clint Dillard, Kenny Schlowinski, and Bailey Tinker round out the field here in the Texas Tri-Hull main event of the Alton Powerboat. All right, we'll take a look at a quick recap. Started off Mason Rinker on the inside, Neil Marsh on the outside. It was all about turn number 1 here early, Tim. Mason Rinker got up on the wake, parked it a bit. Neil Marsh gone like a rocket ship out of turn 1, and he never looked back.
Couple times that happened to Mason today. You know, the boat took a hard set on the outside corner, and when it did, those things just stopped all momentum.
It wasn't like Neil wasn't putting on a show, though, getting the boat completely out of the water a couple of times, and that just shows how rough the Mississippi got here in this 20-lap main event in Texas Tri-Hull.
That made my back hurt, and I was just watching it.
And here was the guy that ran probably his quietest race of the weekend. He just got into third, he hunkered down, he ran a solid race, and then there was a 37 of Mason Rinker. He gave it everything he had. I can imagine that young driver is absolutely wiped after that 20-lap final because he was pushing it to the limit.
That's right, he was, and hey, you know, it's great because the top 3 in the series, top 3 in the event, and that's why they're winning the championships.
Absolutely, and it was a battle all over the race course, and they were continuing to push. Neil Marsh never could shake the 37 of Mason Rinker. He just kept sticking in his rear view, kept pushing it. He just ran out of laps, had a couple of bad ones, and that right there was what really sealed the deal for the 17 of Neil Marsh, Tim. Boy, he parked it down there on like the second to last lap, and Marsh just ran it all the way to victory.
Great race. A lot of fun to watch the Tri-Hulls.
And we love the belt, right? They have a big wrestling-style belt championship. And you know where that belt's going? It's going home with the man who's on the start dock right now with Sarah. Ladies and gentlemen, your series champion in Tri-Hull, Mr. Cole Waring, is with Sarah down on the dock.
Thank goodness it took a little bit to get to us because he's out of breath. You're like, I cannot believe I just pulled that off. We've seen a bunch of races this season. You've stayed consistent. That's been the key term, I guess, this whole season. You said, I had to finish top 4. I knew I was there, and you just put the hands in the air and you had it, and you're super pumped. So kind of walk us through your thought process.
Oh, man. So I've had a pretty rough weekend. You know, we had some boat troubles and just had a rough weekend. Wasn't what I was hoping for going into it. You know, it would have made it a little easier. And didn't really have that great of a heat in the third heat. And I said, well, it comes down to the final. You know, I got to get it done. And I don't know how, but somehow I pulled it off. So here we are.
Talk about your crew and all the hard work you guys put in, because I know all the other teams that you help with, and it's really a big family here, and I am just in awe every race about how much you guys pour into each other, and that is such a big factor here when it comes to wins like this.
Oh, 100%. I think, hell, we run 9 boats on the team, so everybody has to help everybody out. You know, as soon as I'm done with this interview, I'm going to the ramp to help Grant in there because I'm his radio guy. You know, help Briston in the 45, and we all just help each other, and, you know, it's awesome. It makes it a lot easier, a lot more fun that way.
Well, I think you need a garage shirt that says Point Champs on it now, and that's what you're going to wear next season.
Absolutely. I just want to, you know, thank everybody on the Outlaw team. I want to thank Walker Engineering, Burnshausen Oil, all my fans and family. I love y'all. Thank y'all very much.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Congratulations. Enjoy it tonight and be safe.
Thank you.
Guys?
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, wow, you see the big hugs there. Nobody prouder for the 69 of Cole Wearing than the man next to him there, the 17 of Neil Marsh. What an amazing run it was here in 2026. He was always in the hunt. He spent the entire season on the podium, and nobody has worked harder to get that than the 69 of Neil Marsh. But there might be one man that's a little bit more excited. He almost came close in the series championship, but boy, he ran away from it here in Alton. Your champion in Tri-Hull, Sarah's with the number 17, Neil Marsh.
Well, Mr. Marsh, congratulations. I get to talk to you again. That's a privilege of mine, but all smiles, the checkered flag in your hand, and I love seeing the hug there. You guys just so excited for each other. You're kind of breathless, speechless right now, but go ahead and tell me what's going through your head.
It was a tough season on us. We gave up a few points too many times, and it opens up a door for mullet. If you're consistent, you can do this. You can win a championship, and don't get me wrong, that's what we wanted. But we've got a few of them, and we like winning races as well. So at first I got to thank Mason. We talked, we're like, hey, man, we got to keep it clean. And I hooked a little bit in front of him, and he gave me a really nice chance again. He's a really nice guy. So I'd probably run out of free passes with him. Next time I think he'll just take it out, and he could be standing here just as easy as I am. He drove a hell of a race. He is a beast out there, and that water was treacherous.
Yeah, two different types of courses compared yesterday to today, but you talked about the series and all the guys that race in this class and how you guys are family, and I love seeing you guys support each other like this, and you could not be more excited for each other in success and victory like this, so that's really nice to see.
Yeah, it's probably no other any other motorsport. You go to boat racing, whatever, it's kneel down, this stuff, this tunnel boat stuff, all of it, F1, a lot of family, a lot of camaraderie. They don't want to beat you on the beach, they want to beat you on the water, so everybody pulls together, keeps everybody going. There's a little bit of stuff here and there, but we get through it, right? One big disgruntled family.
So what are you going to do now tonight? What are your plans? Have you even thought, like, if I win this, which you did, what we're going to do?
I'm going to celebrate with my crew, Brian and Jenny and my wife, Josie. We've been through some stuff last couple of weeks. My buddy Kelly, from home guy here, St. Louis guy, Summit Plastering, he helped us a ton, gave us everything we needed and more than that all weekend, so we're really happy to have him on board and really give this checkered flag to him. Now, I got a lot of sponsors at home. I got tons of them, Farmers, Best, B-Blades, Timberwood, Raja. They just keep going, but we love you guys. I can't get to them all. I need a list of it, right? But it's all good. Say hi to my kids and mother-in-law, mom, all my sisters. We're coming back. We're going to get down. We got some champagne.
Well, good. I hope it's all on ice for you. Go give them a big hug, give some love, and enjoy tonight. Congratulations.
I want to say thank you to Alton. This place is awesome. This is a great race, one of the best in the whole series. Once again, Tim, John Schubert, you pulled it off. IHRA Powerboat, we're doing it, man. We got it going down here. Keep this momentum going and keep this stuff improving.
Thomas and Tim, back to you guys. Very well said. Congratulations once again.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, man, Neil Marsh, when the race is over, he finally finds a way to get those words out there. You know, everybody's happy for him. Fantastic run, giving hugs with Jack Schubert there. Jack was running in Tri-Hull last year, decided to focus on Formula Lights only this year. But, boy, everybody, that's what it is, a big family. Everybody's giving each other a little bit of a guff. There's hugs. There's high fives. And at the end of the day, it's just all about laying it all on the line out there, which Neil did. And what a fantastic weekend it's been so far. But we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we're going to wrap up the 2026 season and crown a Formula One champion. Less than 10 points separate the top two boats. Less than 35 separate the top four. Who's going to come out victorious? We're going to find out. Coming up here in just a few moments, the boats are getting on the water. We're going to line them up on the dock and crown a champion here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship. We'll be right back after this.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Welcome to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, scroll through the regions to explore the diversity of experiences in the middle of everything. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place in America where Mother Road of Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes. Discover outdoor adventure, natural wonders, delicious dining, and more at the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, Illinois, is proud to sponsor the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Toyota. Find yours and get going. Let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need. All right, welcome race fans. Welcome back here as we wrap up the 2026 schedule here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Thomas Yarborough, Tim Siebel bringing you all the live racing action all season long here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Tim, and we got a doozy for them to wrap up the season, do we not? It's going to be unbelievable here on the shores of the mighty Mississippi as we've got less than 35 points separating the top 4 drivers coming into this final. It's going to be a winner-take-all event here with the 24 of Spencer Love on the pole.
That, and if you are a Formula One competitor, you do not want to see number 24 on the pole because he comes off the dock like a rocket.
All right, well, it looks like 7 points back there is Spencer Love. Then 33 points back after that fantastic run in heat number 2 is the 29 of Jared Jensen. 38 points back is going to be the 52 of Chris Rinker sitting there in 4th. But they're all trying to chase down the man from Tennessee in that Anderson Marine machine, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. But he is starting back in 3rd position And the guy who's sitting on the pole is only 7 points back. Well, there's a 12-point gap between first and second, Tim. That tells me those two are going to be going winner take all right here on the shores of the Mississippi.
One of the other things that that Dylan Anderson in the 17 needs to be worried about is the number 52 boat starting to his right.
Absolutely.
Chris gets a jump off the dock. There's not going to be a lane going into one. So Dylan Anderson is got to get a good start just to hold position.
Yeah, he does. And we see there, good news, though, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo back out on the water. So is the 2 of John Jensen. He got that squared away. They took the extra time from missing heat number 3 and got that number 2 boat fixed, and the 14 of Andrew Tate. So everybody back out on the water here for the final. Always good to see boats getting back out on the water after a gnarly incident down there in turn number 5 in the last qualifying heat there, Tim.
That's right. You know, these guys, this is the last race of the year. Nobody's given up. They're fighting to the end, and it doesn't matter if it's one more position between 5th and 6th. They want to be ahead of the next guy. So it's great for those guys. I'm glad they're back out there, and we're going to have a hell of a final here.
Yeah, and it seems to be a consistent theme here, which I know was when you and John Schubert set out. There we go. Take a look at it. 7 points back, Spencer Love. 33 points back, Jerry Jensen. 52 of Chris Rinker. 38 points back. So 4 boats left in. Jeremiah Mayo kind of fell away, especially after that wreck in heat number 3. He watched any chance he had disappear here in the final. But boy, has it ever been tighter? I don't think it's ever been tighter coming into the final round, and this seems to be a consistent theme now, which I know was the goal that you and John Schubert set out when you started this thing back in 2017, is we wanted to be able to create a racing series when it come down to the final race of the season, no matter how high that level of competition is, we wanted that thing just stacked in points all on top of one another into the final race, and that's exactly what you've had not only this year, but last year as well.
And it just speaks to the IHRA's parity between all the competitors, all the engine packages that you're allowed to run. So it is, it's very good. We've got 3 guys that can win it. So
it's going to be funny. Not 3, we've got 4 guys that could win this thing, which, you know, you come into the final race of the season with 4 drivers. I mean, most racing series in the world, you come down to the final race, there's maybe one other guy, one other driver that has a shot at the title. Rarely do you see 2, 3 almost never, and 4 really unprecedented, especially in powerboat racing. You come into the final race of the season and you've got 4 drivers with an opportunity to win the final race and control their own destiny to the series championship as well.
What a fantastic setting for the last race of the year, and to crown a champion on the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series. So Alton Riverfront Park, beautiful place to come. City of Alton has been so supportive of this event, and without them, we wouldn't have the event.
Right.
So Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, you know, another primary reason that we're allowed to come here, and our buddies over at Great Rivers and Routes for all they do for us.
Yeah, man, they are a fantastic marketing partner that really promotes this part of Illinois better than anybody I've seen. They really show the unique history, you know, the convergence of the Great River Road, which I've had an opportunity to take from St. Paul all the way down to Louisiana a couple of years ago, made that trek down the Great River Road. That's a cool thing to run the Mississippi, but to have that convergence of that and Route 66, and then all the cool things you can do up and along the Mississippi River here in Southwest Illinois.
Well, hey, I don't know if you guys are ready. Come back over. The big boys are getting ready to start.
The hot laps out there on the water.
So up to this point, we've been running 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Now we're running 17 minutes plus 1 lap.
That's a whole different ball game.
That's right.
Especially the back markers are going to come so much more into play, right? And you think about some of those boats that are going to be starting mid-pack, like Andrew Tate and Jeremiah Mayo. Those are not easy guys to get around. They are tough competitors in their own right. I mean, heck, Mayo has been on the podium multiple times this year. Andrew Tate won the opening round, and they're sitting like 6th and 7th coming here into the final. Don't think that you're just going to walk around them like they're standing still. They're going to push them all over the course. And it's going to be who can navigate around those back markers when we get to like the 14, 15, 16-minute mark.
Yeah.
Can they do the job that's necessary to get through traffic to try to hang on to their position? Or will they make that one mistake that tends to pop up when you get into those high traffic situations later in the race?
We'll have to wait and see, you know. And those guys are starting on the first flag. They're the first two boats going on the outside gate. So that's not a bad position to be in by any means.
No, it is not. And you know what's crazy is the two of John Jensen. This just shows the parity, right? I mean, I know we've got those top 4 boats, but John Jensen missed heat number 3. He finished inside the top 10 in the first 2 heats. And by missing just 1 heat, he dropped all the way back to last off the start pontoon. That's just how, just because a guy got 9th or 10th in 1 heat, don't expect him to stay there in 9th or 10th. He'll probably jump up to 4th or 5th, and it just makes the points so tight when it comes into the final. I wouldn't be surprised if we had at least one dock position like we've had all year, decided by elapsed time over the 3 qualifying heats versus just points alone. All right, with that, let's take a look at our full field lineup here for the Formula One main event here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, wrapping up the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Boy, the starting specialist, the position he loves and nobody else wants to see, Spencer Love on the pole here for the final in Formula One.
And Spencer always says, look, I just want to do the things that I do well and do them correctly. So he doesn't try and go outside that box. He doesn't try and recreate anything. He wants to do his strong points well, and that's working out for him.
It is, and you know, really, I would say the biggest comeuppance we've seen this year has been from the next driver off the start pontoon, sitting second for that Island Lake Marine Machine team, the number 29 of Jared Jensen. Boy, I mean, he has had a phenomenal year. I think no matter what happens here in Alton, he should leave 2026 really proud of himself, because the level that he ratcheted their program up here in 26 has been pretty impressive, Tim.
Those guys have been building that program. There's a lot of veterans on that team, so they know what it takes to get it done, and they're doing it right now as he continues to get more experience.
And then third off the start pontoon, he came in 13 points up over our pole sitter, now down to 7 points. That means that one position is all the difference that's needed. The 17 of Dylan Anderson out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine, sitting there in third off the start block.
Chris Rinker, number 52, set pole, won a heat race, so he's not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not. He's in position number 4 off the start block. Then it's the wild card. I think this young driver could throw a monkey wrench, especially for the 17 of Anderson, because they're going to be starting closer. But boy, he looked really fast in Heat 3 with a qualifying Heat 3 win. The 13 of Grant Sherbert, you know, he would love to be the disruptor here in this final race of the 2026 calendar.
Andrew Tate, first guy on the outside gate. He won the first event of the year, the final down in Bradenton, so he knows what it takes. Multi-discipline driver of powerboat racing. You know, and I don't know if the crowd knows, but his other job is he runs an unlimited hydroplane.
Yeah, and so he's used to going fast. He's used to be under pressure. Can he rise to the occasion here and try to move up a couple of places there, starting 6th? Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo there in 7th after that wreck in Heat 3. Boy, it's been probably the roughest weekend for that young driver we've seen in a few years. He seems to always put himself in a good position and just couldn't avoid the things that were out of his control here this weekend, Tim.
That's right. Hayden Benton all the way down from Canada. You know, he's had a up and down weekend, lose some motors, so hopefully he can have a good run here at the end.
Yeah, you know, it was a big learning curve for the 98 of Benton here. I have a feeling he's going to come back in 27 a lot stronger, and probably a few more extra backup motors in the stable there for the 98 of Benton, who's starting 8th. Then it's 9th to 34 of Reno. The 99 of Travis Yates in that JH Performance Machine. He's going to start 10th. They're going to be on the first leg, and then rounding out the field here in Formula One will be the number 2 of John Jensen. Oh boy, the sun has come out, Tim. The clouds have separated. The heat's getting up a little bit. The wind's there. The mighty Mississippi's ready to show her teeth. And we are going to have one fantastic 17 minutes plus 1 lap final here in Formula One to wrap up the 2026 season.
A couple more boats to line up, and we're ready to start this party.
And don't forget, immediately following the conclusion of the Formula One final, right by the VIP area here, if you're in Alton, you can see the big IHRA backdrop. We will be giving away, have our awards presentation. For those of you here in Alton, stick around. have a beer, hang out, meet your favorite drivers, meet your favorite teams, have an opportunity to chat with the drivers here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. But before you do that, you should go over and see Debbie. She's right next to the awards presentation area. She's got all the official IHRA merchandise, all the official Alton Powerboat Nationals merchandise. And make sure you swing down there and grab something before you end up, who knows, you might even be able to get your favorite driver, put their John Hancock on the back shoulder, one of those beautiful IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series t-shirts. All right, there we're looking inside the cockpit of the 52 of Chris Rinker. Well, you could, Tim, give us a little bit of insight of what it's like here, right? You've been in these types of situations. You got multiple drivers vying for a title, last race of the year, last race of the weekend. What's the mindset like, and what is the head like of a driver in that type of situation?
You know, right now you're just keeping yourself calm. It's hot being strapped in the boat on the starting line, but you're just relaxing.
What did you do to relax? What did you do to try to calm yourself, or find that center inside the calm before the storm here on the start dock?
I used to like to take a nap right before I got in the boat. You'd come out, you'd get right in the boat, you would be so relaxed, and then you could just focus on what you were doing once you got in the boat.
Now, were you, oh no, it looks like the 98 of Aiden Benton's getting towed to the start dock point. It just continues to go wrong for that River Sports Recreation number 98 out of Ontario. He's had, again, you know what though, Tim? I don't know a driver who early on in their career hasn't experienced a season like the 98 of Aiden Benton has. You're gonna go over, he got into some wrecks. Some equipment is gonna go haywire on you because there's so many little things to check that you're still learning. All the little bits and bobs on the back of those two strokes and everything in a powerboat. And I think he's gonna become stronger because of it. Although right now, while he's in it, it's probably pretty frustrating.
No, you gotta learn from it. You know, this is a new boat for him that he started the season with. So he's got to learn the quirks of it, but it is frustrating when you have a mechanical and you can't go out there and be able to do what you even came here to do,
Right, and that's the most frustrating part, right, is having to watch the final sitting on the top of the cockpit.
That part sucks.
Yeah, I know that you've probably had that happen to you. The amount of races you started in a Formula One boat, there's nothing worse than just sitting on the start dock outside the capsule watching. Because the one thing you'll ask most boat racers, hey man, do you enjoy watching a Formula One? They go, I honestly don't know the last time I've actually watched one live, because they're always in the cockpit, right? Or if they aren't in the cockpit, I can imagine it's got to be one of the hardest things to do is watch your fellow competitors run while you're sitting on the shore.
Yeah, that's not something you want to do at all.
All right, looks like they're going to move Benton to the back. I would imagine they're going to probably try to give him a minute to get figured out what the heck is going on with that number 98 machine. He stayed strapped in the cockpit, so that's what leads me to believe that they're going to take a quick minute. They're flipping around the two of John Jensen, getting him, kind of holding him in place, because he's going to have to go behind the 98 of Aiden Benton. So they're going to jockey for position. There's the 14 of Andrew Tate. New steering bar on the back left side of that 8PX 4-stroke V8 power plant on that Phenom Ventures Simmons Hanley Conroy sponsored machine. The 14 of Andrew Tate, hailing out of Michigan, out of Walled Lake, Michigan. And again, like Tim had mentioned, he is an unlimited hydroplane driver. He's a decorated inboard driver as well. He was up in Valleyfield, Canada, running the Grand Prix class just a couple of weeks ago. Before that, on the 4th of July weekend, I think he actually went back-to-back. So I think 3 weeks in a row. Andrew Tate went from Madison, Indiana to Valleyfield, Quebec to Alton, Illinois in 3 weeks. That's a busy schedule for a driver out of Michigan, but he's looking to do some damage here and maybe try to end the season like he finished it with a victory here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. But he's got a big hill to climb as he sits mid-pack after that wreck in qualifying heat number 3, getting together with the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. How are things looking down there, Tim? Looks like they're still working on the 98 of Benton.
Yeah, they're taking a look at that, and John Jensen pulled out, so hopefully he can get back in line and we can get this thing going.
Well, I think he pulled out because he knew that Benton was actually to his left, and so they towed Benton in. They'll pull him in and probably set him at the start dock and see if their fixes worked. They've got the rear cowling off. They're going to take a look at that motor now, and Jensen will then circle back around to the back end of the start pontoon here on the Mississippi River. There he goes. The cowling's off the back of that 2.5 liter V6 Mercury outboard. They're taking a look at what the heck could have gone. Boy, that's a clean power plant back there. And Aiden Benton very fortunate to, again, a big part of that camaraderie. Aiden kind of running a grassroots budget here in Formula One in his rookie season, running for River Sports Recreation. He is a long haul from Ontario. This was his shortest trip at, I think, at about 9.5 hours to make it down here from Ontario. Oh, the driver's out of the boat, so they're pulling the 98 off the course. That is unfortunate. Looks like the 98 of Aiden Benton is going to come all the way here to Illinois and be unable to run in the final race on the calendar here in 2026. Not necessarily the way you want to finish your season, but it is what it is. You can only control what you can control. They don't know what's going on with that boat. He's out, and that's, boy, a tough way to drive back to Ontario with a DNF here in the final race on the 2026 schedule. All right, it looks like Jensen's now going to try to loop his way back into position. They're going to have to kind of sandwich him in the start dock between where they've got Benton's boat held on the backside of the dock there and the end of the start pontoon. What that does mean is we have a one flag start here with the top 10 boats all running out the same flag, 2 gates. You have the 1 through 5 that go from the course buoy to that tiny little yellow buoy out on the middle of the course, and then the other 5 are going to go outside of that here in this 17 minutes plus 1 lap final in Formula One. 7 points back is Spencer Love. 34 points behind Dylan Anderson. In third is the 29 of Jared Jensen. And then just 38 points back in fourth is the 52 of Chris Rinker. Who will win that series championship? Who is going to take the title here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals? All right, looks like we're getting the last boat flipped around. They got John there flipped around on the dock, getting him lined up in position. Once he's lined up, I think we're going to be ready to go. There's the 98 of Aiden Benton walking up back to the pits, helmet on, just thoroughly dejected is the driver from Ontario. What a... That's unfortunate. The 98 of Aiden Benton out here in the final. We don't really know what's going on with that machine, but driver is out. He's walking away. And boy, that's a tough way to end the season. The cowling's going back on with the driver not in it. That means that boat is out here in the final. All right, there's our 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute on the pole. The 24 of Spencer Love. Can he, the start specialist, get off the dock, find the clean water, and run this thing to an Alton Nationals Championship and a Series Championship? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. But then there's the young gun, the 29 of Jared Jensen. Can he pull it off and pull a rabbit out of his hat and find his way to a title here in Alton? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. He came in leading by 13 points in the Series Championship. He's third off the dock. Can he handle the pressure here and come out victorious? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 99 of Travis Yates, the 14 of Andrew Tate, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Can he be the dark horse? Let's crown a series champion and an Alton Powerboat Nationals champion. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag and they come off the dock. Nice jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Oh, Dylan got a good start.
And he knows he's going to be in a dogfight with the 24 of Spencer Love, so he's going to have to get around Jensen if he wants a chance here early.
They're all side by side down in there.
Oh, Jensen gets buried down to the inside. I love the unison there.
Spencer coming through. Right now, Dylan right on his hip. Jensen on the inside, Rinker just behind.
And here comes the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's up into 5th position. He's flying as they go down in turn 1. Oh no, Andrew Tate doesn't fire. He now finally has to fall in behind. Boy, the frustration continues for the driver out of Walled Lake, Michigan here on the final round of the 2026 season. But look at the 17 of Anderson and the 24 of Love. They are doing battle down in turn number 4 and 5.
Top 2 competitors in the series overall championship, 1st and 2nd right now. You're seeing them swap lines from inside outside.
Well, and this is exactly, I think this is what Spencer Love wanted. He wanted to try to force the 17 of Anderson inside because he's got to do stuff exactly like that. Cross over the wake, which just kills any speed that the 17 of Anderson had made up running down that longer front chute here on the Mississippi River.
It sure does. Right now, Spencer's controlling the race. So he can go start outside, go by the buoy, and that's making Dylan go back and forth over his wake, losing time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he wants, especially considering the 29 of Jensen's right there. So he has to pay dual attention. He's got to focus on where Love is in front of him, but he's also got to keep an eye on where Jensen is behind him, Tim.
And this is helping Jared Jensen in third place. So right now, every time Dylan Anderson has to go inside, outside, especially on this front dog leg, up the front straightaway, that just hurts him.
Yeah, I would imagine right now he's just hoping to stay with him until he can put together a new game plan based on what he sees out of the 24 of Love, who's out in front dictating the race here from the top spot.
Yeah, you gotta keep the pressure on him though. So he's gotta stay close enough where he keeps the pressure on him.
As he dives down into turn number 1 and 2, Love now coming off of 2. Now here's the 17 Anderson. He goes through that dog leg, turn number 3 on the backstretch. Laying the hammer down to that 4.8 liter V8 outboard from APX from Mercury. He's fighting against that 2.5 liter industry standard 2-stroke package that's on the back of the 24 of Spencer Love. Love looking to make his second series championship here, his first since 2022. In a 3-year hiatus, trying to put a nice bow on a fantastic career so far with a second championship. Dylan Anderson, I think he's been second 4 of the last 5 years, Tim. Boy, he just seems to be right there, but something always happens at the beginning or the end of the season, boy, and it would be a tough pill to swallow here. He's got to keep pushing. And we got the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's sitting up there in 5th position. He got by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Boy, it looks like after that wreck, Tim, they found an extra gear inside that Ray Bob's Toyota, number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, because he's up in 5th, tracking down Raker for 4th.
He got off the dock good, and typical Jeremiah Mayo fashion, he's there at the end of the race. So we'll see what happens, though. Right now, the water's roughing up, and look at our top 3. Jensen's putting pressure on Anderson. Anderson's putting pressure on Spencer.
Oh no, Spencer Love, is he slowing down? Boy, the 17 Anderson looks like he's making a lot of ground there as they go side by side down into turn number 4.
Something happened to 24.
Oh no, the 24 of Spencer Love has gone down on power. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader. The 17 of Dylan Anderson comes out of turn number 5 out in front here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. What a turn of events. I don't know what happened. Did he pick up another log? That has got to be frustrating because the 29 of Jared Jensen gets by him as well. Something is definitely wrong with the 24 of Love. That has got to be just a brutal way to end the season as he now falls all the way back to 5th. He's way off the pace, and that's going to do it for the 24 of Spencer Love. But we still got a battle out there because the 17 of Dylan Anderson's got to hang on, and the 29 of Jared Jensen is all over him as they come out of 4 and 5. Yeah, he's pulling off the race course. Unfortunate. I don't know what happened there, but that's got to be the worst way you could end your title fight here out in front. I mean, he tasted it, Tim. It was there for the taking, and the mechanics just didn't hold up.
Hey, same thing as Marble Falls.
Yeah.
Out front, something mechanical happened, and, you know, we don't know what happened this time yet. Hopefully it wasn't debris in the water, but it sure ruined his race and his championship hopes.
Yeah, for sure. Jensen is continuing to fight with the 17 of Anderson. He's having to cross back over the wake time and time again, just allowing the 17 of Dylan Anderson now, who's out in front, to control that race. And man, he has got to be feeling very fortunate right now. The question is what does he do with that fortunate opportunity? Does he run with it, or is the pressure going to mount to the point where he allows the 29 of Jared Jensen to get right on top of him and make a move? Oh, no,
Jeremiah Mayo goes down.
Oh, there we go. Now he gets it restarted.
Started again.
Have a feeling that may be from that wreck in heat number 3. They might have caught everything. And now he had to shuffle all the way back to 9th position. That's got to be frustrating for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, because for a few laps there, Tim, it looked like he had found it again and was running hard.
He was having a great beginning to the race. Something happened right now. Let's see what the 29 of Jensen can do with the 17 of Anderson. They're kind of going back and forth. You know, it was 2.1, now it's 1.7. So it's kind of going up and down on how far back he is.
Yeah, and it looks like the 17 of Anderson's going to be able to clear the 29 or the 99 of Yates down in 4, but that means that Jensen's going to have to deal with him coming out of turn 4. That's going to line on. It looks like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo keeps dying out there. Can't get it fired now. Finally gets it fired once again. But yeah, here the 29 of Jensen, he's going to, if they come to the dog leg, will the 99 of Yates stay wide? He does. Rinker's got to go way wide off that dog leg. and that's going to push him way wide to the outside, give the 29 of Jensen a little more clear room.
Little more breathing room because he was picking up on him.
Yeah, and it looks like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's got something going on with that motor. He gets it running, and then it dies. He gets it running, and then it dies. Unfortunate for the 8 of Mayo. There he goes dead in the water again. He was just trying to get it to a point where he could float downriver off the course, I believe. And now he is off the course. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo out here in the final at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, here to wrap up the 2026 season. It's all about Dylan Anderson, though, right now, Tim. He is locked in and rolling right now out in front here in this Formula One final.
Grant Schubert still pushing into number 13.
Jensen back there in second position. It's still a couple of seconds between him and the 17 of Anderson. He's just got to try to find it. And I can imagine, Tim, this is where, hey, you got to try some new lines, try some different things inside and out of the corner. There's Schubert, who's sitting there in fourth. He's trying to hunt down the 52 of Rinker, trying to get on the podium here if he can at the final race of the season. But boy, it's all Dylan Anderson's to lose right now, as we are under 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 32 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining here in this Formula One final, Tim.
Jensen is picking up very slowly on Anderson, the leader. Now, does he have enough time? Who knows? All it takes is one skip out in 4 and 5, and that'll make the difference.
Yeah, and it seems like Anderson is now he's running a tighter line, forcing the 29 of Jensen. He was leaving to the inside. I think they saw that gap close, and he's like, hey, go scrub that inside line quick. Force Jensen to jump the outside, try to gain some of that ground back.
Jensen's got a better line up this front straightaway. You want to swing it wide, just a hair.
1.4 seconds now, so we're under 2 seconds.
He picked up more of that last lap than he had been.
As our leader goes down into turn number 4, just trying to make it easy through 4 and 5. Most treacherous corners on the course all weekend long they have been. So he's still, again, off that pin. Now Jensen sets it, boy, and it looks like we might even see a closer gap. He is really starting to gain ground, at least a couple of boat lengths there on that last lap that he was able to make back up on the 17 of Anderson. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's starting to get into the conversation there.
That's right.
And all three
number
of them.
52. These guys will start battling first and second, and that's going to allow Chris to catch up in the 52.
Yeah, and right now, you know, obviously Jensen and Rinker know if Anderson stays out in front, he's going to be the winner. But
Anderson bobbled down in between 4 and 5 and allowed Jared to come up a little bit on that last lap.
Yeah, and then they both look back and see that bright yellow machine flying right behind him, and he's starting to gobble up some ground as well.
Jared's got to stay on his hip.
They're coming up on Jeff Reno. That's going to be a tricky boat to pass. Reno looks like
that's
he's
right.
wide
Reno
to the
likes
outside.
the inside.
He does. Let's see if he'll stay wide here. You know, he buries it down in not too much, but he does stay wide off of 5, leaving those open inside lanes for the 17 of Anderson and the 29 of Jensen.
Dylan had to get off it to make sure he stayed on the very inside lane, lane 1.
Yeah, but now Jensen has no clean water in any of the first few lanes to run in. He's running through the whitewash of Anderson. That's going to allow him to probably fall back a little bit.
That buoy.
He had to stick it in there, try to find some clean water, because the 34 Arena was now on the outside and Anderson was churning up in lane 1. All right, then.
Chris Rinker keeps plugging along too. I think he's picking up a little bit on Jared Jensen in the 29 right now.
Yeah, and I think we also lost the 14 of Andrew Tate. I don't see him out on the course. They are dropping like flies
he's been out
here.
But the 13 of Grant Schubert definitely slowed down because at one time he was in the mix.
Yeah, and then Rinker just pulled away from him. I don't know if that thing's going on in. Now look, Jensen, he's got that thing aired out, and John Jensen's going to leave him like he's standing still coming down the front straight as they battle for for 4th position between the 13 of Schubert. Now Jensen's going to get by him on the outside and move up into 4th. But it is a 3-horse battle right now between the 17 of Anderson, the 29 of Jensen, and the 52 of Chris Rinker, as they're all running down the front stretch, just a second or two apart between the top 3 boats here in the final race of 2026. All right, we're down to 5 minutes, 57 seconds, plus 1 lap Here is the 52 of Rinker. He started to gain some ground on the 29 of Jensen, but Jensen, boy, that Reno, getting by Reno really tripped up the 29 of Jensen and allowed Anderson to gain up back all that ground that Jensen had made up over the previous few laps.
He did. One lapper gets in your way, it costs you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in Formula 8s with Jose Mondana on the final lap. Yep. It was just one back marker that he couldn't get around cleanly, and it cost him the shot at the title there on the final lap. Jensen is trying to make sure that's not him either. He stays in the clean line on the inside, now slams the door down tight, sets it back on its tail. He's got that 2.5 liter two-stroke, so a little bit quicker in and out of the corners than that big four-stroke on the back of Anderson. Boy, the top end of that Anderson Marine machine, though, Tim, is screaming fast.
You know, the problem now for everybody but Dylan Anderson is the fact that he's got clean water ahead of him.
Yes.
So he can go where he wants. He can let it kind of float. He doesn't have to force it to go anywhere. And that's trouble for the guys behind him because they're not going to catch him.
Yeah, and Rinker's trying to do everything he can to catch Jensen, but Jensen's not making it easy. And boy, these three are just running so hard trying to catch one another because they know this is it. You got to lay it all on the line. Right here, it's the final race of 2026. The points championship hangs in the balance. The closest competitor is out with Spencer Love falling out about lap 7, 6 or so minutes in.
Anderson trips it in between 4 and 5.
That's the second time he's done that now,
but
Tim.
You know, he built it back up to over 2 seconds. His lead over Jared Jensen into 29.
Well, and you got to imagine, right, with extra fuel, that big four-stroke's going to be even that much heavier, and he's losing weight. So that top end, if he can corner right, that top end is going to be just extremely fast in that Anderson Marine four-stroke.
If he starts a little wider going into 4, it'll set him up better for that rough water where everybody's turning.
Yeah, just like
That's
that.
where Jared's going inside more, and it helps, but then let it swing out a little bit down this front straightaway, setting you up for a better position in the dog leg.
Yeah, and it seems like if you are going to cross the wake, you want to do it right at the beginning of, right coming out of a turn or right going into a turn. You don't want to cross wake mid straightaway.
Jared had it push on him a little bit there. Couldn't hold this lane. And that's a result of going over Dylan's wake.
Now they go back down to the east end of the course.
Oh, Dylan puts it on his side again.
Oh no, did Jensen hit the buoy? I just heard that Jensen may have hit a buoy. Did he take it out? Oh, but it's safe.
It's
what
still
is going
there.
on? Tim, what did you guys do to the buoys here on the IHRA series? They are unpoppable. He smoked that buoy and somehow is going to hang on to second place because it doesn't look like it is dislodged or deflated.
Yeah.
As we've got under 3 minutes left in this Formula One final here to wrap up the 2026 season.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
I guess, because you got to imagine he was telling his radio man, is it sinking? Is it deflating? Did I pop it? No, you're good. Go.
He ain't worried about that. He's like, nobody saw that.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3 battling.
Let's see what the
front
split
stretch.
is.
As Anderson now goes down through turns 1 and 2, being chased by the 29 of Jared Jensen, 1.23 seconds, so he has made up some ground,
He's made up
Tim.
some time, and
Well,
it's all because of that rough turn in 4 and 5.
Yeah, let's see if Anderson can set himself up a little better this time around as he goes down into turn 4. There's Jensen chasing. He kind of apexed it in the middle.
No, that's what I'm saying. Jensen's starting wider going into 4, and it's making the difference going between 4 and 5, and he can go through it faster.
Yeah, the ticker will come back around, and we'll see here as they go down through turns 1 and 2. We're under 2 minutes remaining here in this Formula One final here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. 0.9 seconds, under a second for the 29 of Jared Jensen, but he's running out of time. Less than 2 minutes. He's only got about 3 or 4 laps left. Can he catch the 17 of Dylan Anderson as they go down into the east end of the course through turns 4 and 5? Anderson now, he's kind of doing that weird set in the middle of them. And it's really been his bugaboo all race long, Tim. It seems like he handles the west end of the course fantastic, but the turns 4 and 5 have really been a problem.
Now he has
for
a
him.
hard time in there. That's where it's roughest.
Now we're back
Jensen's
to 1.2, so he did a little bit better that last lap. Jensen just got to find an extra gear. Can he do it here in the final remaining laps?
Anderson had a better turn in 4 and 5 that last lap. See what happens this time.
All right, 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute here in this Formula One final as they go down out of turns 4 and 5.
Here we go. They're close now.
Anderson comes off in lane 2, swinging wide to the outsides. The 29 of Jensen. He's bearing down 110, 150, 120 miles an hour as he comes down the front straightaway. Now
Go up the inside. Inside.
Oh boy, Anderson went way wide. That was almost like to throw a rooster tail at the 29 of Jensen, get him off his line a little bit. And I don't know if it worked because that gap looks closer than ever, Tim.
Jensen's got to be prepared when they get to the dog leg to go from the outside to the inside.
Make that undercut, that bait and switch undercut move like Shelby Love did to Mark Schmierbach last year in Port Neches. Now Anderson comes off at turn number 5. Jensen again going wide. Now can he make a move here? We've got just a couple of laps left, 33 seconds. We're going to see white flag out next time around. Jensen, it's do or die. My young friend, you got to make a move now. You can see Rinker tries to make a move. He's going down in.
Oh, he takes a bad hop.
And he's got pushed to the wide outside.
Jensen took a bad hop.
Yeah, well, and I thought Rinker was going to catch Jensen, and he had to bury it as well.
That's it. Party's over.
Now Rinker's trying to catch Jensen after his bobble down in turn number 2. They come off 3 now, down into 4. Anderson comes off 4, sweeping it beautifully off of 4. Jensen's still on his outside hip. He's trying. White flag
One
is
more lap.
out. But now here's the chase is now for second because Rinker's all over the 29 of Jensen. He makes one bobble in the corner, and Rinker could jump him here in the final lap as they go down into turns 1. Now off of 2. Out of 2, Jensen still out in front. Trying to hold on to second place. Rinker gives chase. They go down through turn 3, dogleg on the back stretch. Now down into turn 4, our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, trying to win his first series title in 5 attempts. He's got 3 seconds and 2 third-place finishes in the series championship.
He's getting it done.
And ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Alton Powerboat Nationals and your 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series Formula One Series champion, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
Well, Dylan had a fantastic year, won races, very consistent. Worst race he had all year was the very first one in Bradenton.
And I think he was like 5th.
That's when he hit the buoy and almost blew it over.
Yes, but a fantastic run. Hey, tip the cap to Jared Jensen. He should leave this season almost with as big of a grin as Dylan Anderson has, because the moves that young driver made here in 2026 to get to second in the points championship in only his third year in Formula One, that's a big accomplishment for that young man. And boy, we're gonna have to wait for 2027 for Chris Rinker. Close again, but just not quite there.
Well, Jared Jensen, he has really grown as a driver and done a great job learning. It was a little rough at first when he got in Formula One, but he's settled down now, and he is making it happen. Fantastic finish for the Alton Powerboat Nationals, and second place overall.
All right, let's take a look at these full field results. Dylan Anderson, you know, it wasn't the best weekend for him coming in, Tim. He struggled a little bit more than he probably wanted to in qualifying, but he got it done here in the final 1.4 second victory over the 29 of Jared Jensen. Finally, the monkey's off the back of the 17 Anderson.
He's got a veteran crew, and you know, those guys work really hard, and they just keep picking away at it. So they keep refining, because what you want it to be the best at the end.
And that's exactly what it was. The 17 of Dylan Anderson now coming to the dock to collect that checkered flag, and well-deserved. You know, you got to feel bad for the 24 of Spencer Love. I mean, he's
excited.
Oh, yeah, man. This has been a long time coming for Dylan Anderson. He has always been there. He's always been the guy that Spencer Love was today, right? One little thing happens at some point that just you're so close, but you can't quite get there. And this has got to feel like a big weight off of his shoulders because he's been so close so many times in the past.
Congratulations to Ray, his dad, you know, Anderson Marine. Those guys put a lot of time and effort into this racing program, and it shows. IHRA 2026 champion.
Yes, sir. As well as the Alton Powerboat Nationals champion.
That's right. You know, he put it all together, and he did it when he had to. Started fantastic, and that's what was going on. And you never know what's going to happen. Spencer has a problem, hands it right to him, but he's got to finish it.
Yeah, you've got to be in a position to capitalize when the luck goes your way.
That's right.
Because a lot of guys have those opportunities and you never see them because they aren't able to capitalize on them. Well, Dylan Anderson, I guarantee you, as soon as he started slowing down, he was like, I may have missed out on this opportunity in the past, but it is not going to pass me by today. And that's why he's got that checkered flag in hand, because, man, he was running hard. And again, he told me the reason we went 4-stroke is we wanted consistency and durability here. The river's rough. It gets brutal. We needed to be able to have a boat that we knew could finish in the top 3 or 4 so we could try to hang on to that title, and it paid off for him here in
Well,
Alton.
he's really run that boat, that package all year. So they have been constantly working on it, the propellers, the setup, and it shows.
All right, let's take a look at a recap here. This Formula One final. 24 Spencer Love on pole, man.
Yeah, rocket ship start.
Woo, so fast. They get out. Jensen gets out in the number 2 spot, but boy, then Anderson just cranked it and was able to get by Jensen on that opening lap there, Tim.
You know, at the first couple laps, it's crucial to make a pass. Spencer out front, looking good up to this point. Nobody near him. Something happened. Either a mechanical, a propeller,
a gear case, something.
Something.
It just went away on him, and you can see there Anderson got by him. Then the 29 of Jared Jensen just walks him in that dog leg at turn 1, and eventually he just had to pull off the course because he just couldn't even maintain a relative safe speed on the race course. But then from there, I mean, tip the cap to Jared Jensen, because he gave it everything he had. He was inside, he was outside, but this guy right here just was not going to be denied and not allow Jensen to get around him, and he did a fantastic job. Jensen there almost goes a lap down. That was his lucky dog
lucky.
moment.
He didn't hit that buoy did not come apart.
No, again, maybe overnight the crews went out there and put some hardener to harden up those buoys so that they wouldn't pop here, because that's like the 3rd one today that we've had hit but not pop. Shelby Love took one out in Formula Lights, but there he is, your winner, both in Alton at the Powerboat Nationals and your series champion here in 2026, the 17, Dylan Anderson. What a fantastic run. And, you know, Ray and the rest of the team, you know, his brother, his boys that have been with him, his buddies that have been there since since they broke out the Yamaha package at the early days here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Then they went to the 2.5, and now they've gone to the APX 4-stroke. And hey, Tim, now we've got back-to-back APX 4-stroke series champions here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series.
3rd year in a row.
Oh, that's right, because Dustin won 2 in a row.
That's
so
right.
3 in a row, but if you look behind him, it wasn't like it was all 4-strokes. I mean,
no, there's
Jensen's
parity
a 2-stroke.
There's
Rinker's
parity
a
across
2-stroke.
it.
That's 2nd and 3rd. I think Rinker was right there in the top 3 last year. He's got that 2-stroke package.
Yeah.
But boy, there's a happy young man that's going to have a very enjoyable ride back home to Tennessee here when he heads home tomorrow. There's his wife and his young son. What a fantastic family they are. They're, you know, epitome of what the family aspect is here in the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. And boy, they got to be excited for him as well, because I know this has been a long time coming. There's been a lot of pain in the Anderson pits over the last 4 years, and finally they get to wash it all away here with a big-time win in Alton.
No, great team effort all season long, and they fought, and they kind of dug themselves in a hole at Bradenton, but guess what? They came out swinging at every event afterwards, so it's good to see them up on the top step.
Yeah, and hopefully we're going to have a chance to chat with the man who is our big winner here today. That's it. If he can get a few words out, well, we're going to see. We're going to send things down. Your series and Alton Powerboat Nationals champion Dylan Anderson is with Sarah. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. 2 titles today, so we're gonna make that twice as night, right? Alton and the Point Series champion here. Love seeing your bride and your son come down, take the flag, and you're pretty excited. So kind of walk us through how you felt as soon as you knew it was yours.
I'd have to just start crying on a mic if I wanted to tell you how.
That's okay. That's okay.
No, but it was we've had second in the championship. I don't even know how many times, 3 or 4 or something like that. So to win a championship, finish it off on a win here too, and honestly, we had to win here. I feel the world for Spencer for breaking out, but that's part of racing. So that's what we needed in order to be able to secure it, and really happy to be able to get it done with my friends and family and all the sponsors who help us.
Talk about your season just a little bit. I've talked to some of their drivers who've won and even drivers that haven't, but how much of a family you guys are. You help each other out, parts, fix, whatever needs to be done, it's done, and that's what helps everyone be so successful in this series, and I think that's really important.
It is. I mean, that's taken up a large portion of the pie chart on why I like to come racing. All these people are friends, family. Friends are family, you know, the works, right? I mean, not only would you give them the shirt off your back, but you'd give them the backup motor in your trailer and so on and so forth if you can afford to do so. And, it's a really tight-knit group. We all really, really get along, and, you know, we'll fight a little bit right after we come off the race course every now and again, but give it a beer or two and you're back on track.
Plans tonight? What were your plans heading into the race if you won, but now you have, so you can say that?
Yeah, we bought a big thing of Wagyu filet and said we were only cooking it if we won, so thankfully I get to eat tonight.
All right, well, that sounds good. I don't want to hold you up more, but go enjoy with your family. Congratulations. Have a great night and cool off a little bit because you look really hot.
Yeah, thank you very much. And real quick before I get out of here, Anderson Marine, Elite Direct Finance, XS Power Batteries, not only helping myself, but finding some decent batteries for the rest of the guys too. And C2 Machine, making sure we get everything we need, all the parts, low car performance, Covico steering wheels. Everybody just can't thank them enough.
All right, Thomas and Tim, there you go. You're champion.
Thank you.
All right.
Guys.
Well,
Thanks,
congratulations, Anderson Marine team.
Absolutely.
You know, and Dylan.
Fantastic run, and what a fantastic weekend it was. We had battles all over the course, Tim. We would start back with the Talent Cup that they cracked in here in their inaugural season. We saw a two-boat battle. There was 9 points separating Addie Love and Luke Brown. Addie's on the pole. Luke's back there in third. Didn't have the best start, but boy, he came out with a vengeance in that second half of that Talent Cup final. And what a run it was for Luke Brown, your inaugural champion in the Talent Cup. Fantastic run for that young driver out of Richmond, Texas.
No, you got 3 out of the 4 classes came down to the final race, the final heat of the weekend, not only for the race, but also for the championship. So it doesn't get any better for that, than that.
Yeah, absolutely. The 01 of Jake McKee hangs on in Formula Lights. It got real, probably a lot closer than he wanted to. He was in 5th for a good portion of that final. Jose Mendana was trying to get the 69 of Jared Wallach and track him down. Valiant effort. He got really close there with just about a lap to go. Wallach hangs on. Partial schedule means he's mid-pack series points. Mendana was close, so was Love, but McKee comes back, gets by Shelby Love, gets up into 4th position, and locks down that championship for his first series title for the young driver out of the Redlands, California.
I think Jake knew exactly what he was doing, and he did. He kept it in his comfort zone, and he only did what he needed to. So that's a perfect way to win a championship.
And then in Tri-Hull, coming in, points 1, 2, 3. They finished 3, 2, 1. Waring hangs on with a solid 3rd place finish. He got out, stayed controlled, stayed out of the way. Mason Rinker gave it everything he had to try to track down Neil Marsh, who had a crackerjack start, got a great move out of turn 1. You heard him say he might have, washed down the 37 of Mason Rinker a little bit there in turn number 1. He found the clean water. He did what he does in clean water. He wins, gets 2nd in the points overall with Cole Waring the big winner. And Mason Rinker, a solid finish in his first full season schedule in a couple of years. Comes back home in 3rd in the Series Points Championship. That, you can imagine, will keep him hungry for next year.
No, it was good run in Tri-Hull. You had your top 3 in the championship. And in the same top 3 for the event. So that's the cream of the crop in the Tri-Hull class. His weekend didn't go smooth, but Cole fixed everything, got everything ready for the final, and he did exactly what he needed to do.
And he kept it right up here,
That's
which
right.
is probably most important.
He didn't get rattled. He just made it happen.
No, and then we go on to Formula One. Spencer Love, 7 points back on pole. 2nd off the dock is Jared Jensen. He's 34 points back. The leader is 3rd off the start pontoon. You said it. Anderson's got to get an unbelievable start. He does, gets up into 2nd, and then like happens sometimes in racing, Spencer Love is right there with the season championship for the taking. The motor goes away or something mechanical happens. He's got to pull off the race course. And then from there, Dylan Anderson knew all I got to do is run my race, keep the 29 of Jensen behind me, and I'm the champion. He did just exactly that.
Unfortunately for Spencer, he had a fantastic year, and we don't know what happened yet, but it was clearly something mechanical or maybe debris in the water with his propeller. But Anderson Marine Dylan comes through. They do exactly what they need to. The young gun in Jared Jensen is pushing the whole time, keeping them in honest first place. And then Chris Rinker was doing everything he could back in third, trying to work his magic. But it was just everybody was so evenly matched. If you didn't get the start, you weren't going to get around them.
Yeah, well, we could have asked for a better way to finish off the 2026 season. It's been fantastic, from Florida in February to here in Alton, Illinois in mid-July, wrapping it up here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. What an unbelievable day it was. We had helicopter flyovers. We had deck-to-deck racing in all 4 classes. We crowned 4 champions, and we put a nice little bow on the first year here under the IHRA banner on the Formula One Powerboat Series. Couldn't have gone better, Tim. What an unbelievable way to wrap up a great season.
Well, I want to thank all of our sponsors, Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, Toyota, Alton Toyota, Mungenast, Burkhardt, Great Rivers and Routes, City of Alton. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, for Thomas Yarbrough, he's Tim Siebold. We've been with you all year. Thank you so much. It was a fantastic 2026, and we will see you in 2027.